must the police. This House therefore resolves to call upon the Office of the Premier to urgently execute and implement the Morane Commission's findings and recommendations. Madam Speaker, I shall so move. 99 words.
We have very capable employees of this institution who will actually verify your motion. It doesn't get verified here, Honorable Kanongengwa. The next member is Honorable Irab.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting day of the House as follows. This House notes the infighting of the ANC in Ndwedwe municipality has caused so much disruption that no meetings can be held and no decisions can be made or taken. The Ndwedwe municipality to date has no CFO or MM, which leaves the communities of Ndwedwe at the mercy of no services and no leadership. This House therefore resolves the MEC of Kokta take decisive action against those who are causing unnecessary disruption in Ndwedwe municipality and ensure the critical posts are filled with a matter of urgency so that residents can get the services they deserve. Madam Speaker, I shall so move.
To Howitt.
The next member is Honorable S. Hussein.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. On the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. That this House notes that the province continues to grieve the loss of innocent lives as we continue to lose loved ones, including babies and scholars using learner transport. Unfortunately, some trucks and public transport operators continue to disregard the rules of the road, drive unroadworthy vehicles, and there is clearly poor law enforcement. We are weeks away from the peak festive season, and there has been no show from the MEC of Community Safety and Transport on the festive season and law enforcement safety plan. As usual, saving lives and keeping our roads safe does not seem to be an urgency in this department. This House therefore resolves to call upon the MEC for Community Safety and Transport to immediately report on the festive season safety plan, including identifying new strategies to reduce road carnage on our roads, and two, to review stricter regulations on trucks and public transport operators. So shall I move.
The next member is Honorable N.J. Nkwanyana.
Angithokoze somlomo. Ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyophakamisa kanje. Lendlu ishaqeke kwaphela nasozwaneni ngesikhathi amalungu ekomiti lezenhlalakahle esishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal ezithela phezu kwesimo esingagunyisi mathe futhi esehlisa isithunzi seziguli emtholampilo wasosizweni eNewcastle. Lokhu kwenzeke ngesikhathi kunesigcawu sokuzwa imizimvo zomphakathi ngomthetho othinta izingane ezingenabo abazali ebesenziwe eNewcastle kuleli viki. Ngesikhathi amalungu efika emtholampilo osizweni afike ungcole uxathuka njengegoqo lezingulube futhi akukho kwandawo yokubeka izinsiza kusebenza. Umphakathi wasosizweni awufanele ukuphila ngaphansi kwalesimo esijivaza isithunzi sawo. Ichilo leli silibone osizweni. Lendlu inquma kanje ukunxusa ungqongqoshe wezempilo ukuthi akalungisa isimo emtholampilo wasosizweni njengoba inhlanzeko ingekho okuyinto ebeka engcupheni izimpilo zabantu abasuke bezofuna usizo lokwelashwa. Somlomo ngiyophakamisa kanje.
The next member is Honorable Governor P.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. At the next sitting day of this House, I shall move as follows. This House noting, 1, in many parts of eThekwini, There is sewer flowing into the streets and in between homes. 2, pump stations and sewer treatment plants are not regularly maintained. 3, sewer is flowing into the Amgeni and other rivers leading into the sea, and this has led to the closure of a number of beaches because of the high levels of E. coli in the water. This House calls upon the ANC-led municipality to address this issue, which has become a serious health risk, and save this one pristine city from becoming a cesspool of filth and excrement. I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable LXH Hlongwa Madlala.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the House, in the next sitting of this honorable House, I shall move as follows. The House notes with concern a media report implicating some SGB members at Asipepe Primary School in Pinetown on allegations of... Honorable Speaker.
Uxolo mhlonitshwa omuhle. Buphi ubuso bukaGabisa? Siyalibona kona isishayamthetho.
I think it's the video, Speaker. It's on my side.
Okay, IT, you'll have to look at that. You can, IT, look at that. Continue.
The House notes with concern a media report implicating some SGB members on allegations of creating fake birth certificates at Asipepe Primary School. These are very damning allegations for our education system, and they compromise the character of our schools. The media report points out to alleged hired assassins to eliminate anyone speaking against the shenanigans going on in Asipepe Primary School. This House therefore resolves as follows: to request the Honorable Minister of Education to speedily act on these allegations to determine their veracity, to further request the Honorable MEC to report on this matter in the next sitting of this House. So shall I move. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The next member is Honorable ZLI Cele. Honorable ZLI Cele. Honorable Malala and Honorable Mnguni, we are moving. We will go to the next member, which is, that name falls off. We are going to the next member, which is Honorable Evie Dube. Honorable Evie Dube. Ngubani lo okudlula? Othi masidlule. Honorable Evie Dube.
Ngiyabonga lo. Noted. Yes, I'm here, Speaker.
Opportunity to table a motion. Table a motion, Honorable Dube.
Speaker. Can I proceed? Speaker, can I proceed?
Yes, Honorable Dube, but it seems like you are in an area of low coverage.
Thank you, Speaker.
Inkinga yama ngimboni nomphephethe nomnye ngimbukayo ngalana kwa right naye kangibuki.
Of this House, Speaker, I shall so move. The ANC Speaker.
Honorable Dube, we are battling to hear you. And it remains the responsibility of a member who's going to speak to be in an area of connectivity. I have looked both chief whips, the legislature chief whip and the one of the opposition, Usapumid. Our legislature is in agreement that we cannot subject members to what we are subjecting them now. We will now move to the next member, which is Honorable H.S. Dlamini.
Thank you, Bondogazi. In the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting the critical role played by the Department of Culture in the oversight of the sphere of local government and the institution of traditional leaders, this House resolved.
Honorable Dlamini Kamalandela, sicela ungafaze lokho kukuthwebula ubuso sibone ukuthi uwena okhulumayo wena Kamalandela.
Angibonge Bondogazi. In the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting the critical role played by the Department of Culture in the oversight of the sphere of local government and the institution of traditional leaders, this House resolves to commend the department for achieving a third consecutive clean audit with zero unauthorized, irregular, wasteful, or fruitless expenditure. This is a testament to the provincial government's commitment to transparency and ethical conduct by its officials in the oversight of the sphere of local government and the institution of traditional leadership. To welcome the deployment of finance experts to municipalities who will transfer skills in areas of finance and governance. To welcome the additional support provided to Amakosi by the department through the procurement of office furnitures for traditional councils. I so move, Bondogazi.
Malunga hlaniphekile nabo whip bama parties to the House. Siyabonga sesifikele ekugcineni kwelist. Sizo ya kule item ke ebe ngiye ngayibiza before time ngixolisa futhi. Item 8.1, the third ANC party motion. Now I will call upon the Honorable B.N. Sithole Moloi, the MEC of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, on behalf of the ANC, to introduce the ANC third party motion for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to you, Honorable Speaker, to the Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Premier, Honorable Leader of Government Business, members of the Executive Council, members of the Legislature, and all that are viewing our sitting today. Honorable Speaker, I rise before this august House on behalf of the African National Congress to move this motion, the motion that speaks on the empowerment of women empowerment and empowerment in the economy, and also requesting that the government, departments, entities, municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal should focus in looking in their budget through the gender lens and also infuse women empowerment program through their budget allocations. Honorable Speaker, it is an undisputable fact that gender inequality in South Africa remains relatively high, and it has a profound impact on the lives of the greater population of this country. In the past few days, we have been awakened to the news where women, elderly women, and children were either raped or murdered. Just on Sunday, the 16th of October 2022, two female bodies were discovered in Ispingo, one with bullet wounds and the other with signs that she would have been strangled. Not so long ago, an 84-year-old granny was raped allegedly by a 21-year-old in Creighton. Honorable Speaker, I'm sure that some honorable members of this House will still remember the incident that shook the country, where 2 grade 12 people were brutally killed with an axe, again in Creighton. Honorable members, it is for this reason that the Provincial Treasury, we would like to implore the Honorable House and the provincial department entities and municipalities to begin to be more gender sensitive in their budgeting. This basically means they should start looking at their budget through the gender lens in order to infuse women empowerment program through budget allocations for various departments. Honorable Speaker, next month, provincial department will begin to work on their budget for the next financial year. We felt it is imperative that we encourage them to comprehend more programs that will aim at empowering women in their planning. We need to see women-owned business. Siyafuna bephethe izimboni, siyafuna futhi bepromotwa emsebenzini, siyafuna futhi ukuthi ama-department ake akhulise ukulekelela abantu besifazane ukuba babe ngosomabhizinisi abancane nalaba asebesezingeni lokuzimela. Uma-ke benza-ke ama-department wonke, ama-entity aka-government kanye nomasipala benza ama-budget abo njengoba sizodela nohlahlo lwabulozimali lonyaka ka-23-24. Siyafuna ukubona lokho kuvela kuqhakambisa ukuba banikeza ithuba abantu besifazane. Many women find themselves being suppressed because in most cases there are few male individuals that are making and taking decisions on their behalf. We have seen and heard how young girls are being lured into prostitution by just a mere promise of a better life. Considering the social well-being of women in our society, it is no surprise that when you look at the stats of HIV and AIDS, it shows more prevalent on women and young girls. This proves the mammoth task ahead of us in emancipation and protecting women in our country. This has absolutely no color of skin or political affiliation. It cuts across all spheres of society. Honorable members, government can only do much. This requires all hands on deck, regardless of their political association. Honorable Speaker, towards the end of the next month, we will be commemorating the global campaign against gender-based violence. The 16 days of activism against gender-based violence is an annual international campaign that kicks off on the 25th of November and runs until the 10th of December, which is used as an organizing strategy by individuals and organizations around the world to call for the prevention and elimination of violence against women and girls. I encourage everyone to play a role in the fight against the scourge, against violence perpetrated against women and children. As the Provincial Treasury, we strongly believe that for us to win this battle, we need to plan and prepare well in advance. Honorable Speaker, we hope that the department and this House will ensure that all the plans that the department are bringing forth has this aspect of ensuring that it does give empowerment to women, and the budget are being allocated. A certain percentage is given to the women so that we empower our women. Ngesizulu-ke ngesisho sakithi kuthiwa uma-ke unikezela owesifazane ithuba kwezomnotho kusho ukuthi-ke isizwe sonke sizonotha. Kuthiwa-ke ngemangabe kukhulunywa ngokufunda kuthiwa uma ufundisa owesilisa oyedwa kufanele ukuthi ufundise yena yedwa, kodwa uma ufundisa owesifazane usuke ufundise isizwe sonke. Sisho kanjalo-ke nathi njengomnyango ka-Treasury ukuthi u-Treasury la uyabeka ukuthi ake siqinisekise ukuthi uma senza ama-budget awabe nehlo lokubhekelela abantu besifazane ngoba siyazi ukuthi abantu besifazane ibona ababhekene nengcindezi ye-poverty, ibona ababhekene nengcindezi yokungabi khona kwamathuba omsebenzi, ibona ababhekene nengcindezi yokungalingani kwezomnotho okwenza ukuthi bagcine sebengena ezilingweni zokwenza izinto ezehlisa isithunzi zabantu besifazane. Sikulwele-ke isithunzi sabantu besifazane, siyakholelwa ukuthi abantu besifazane kufanele ukuthi nakwemnotho nakwibhajethi banikezelwe isamba esanele sokuthi bakwazi ukuthi bazimele njengabantu besifazane, benze impilo zabo zibe ngcono, baphinde bacontribute nabo kwezomnotho wezwe lakithi. Siyakholwa-ke lokhu ukuthi-ke ngokulandelayo uma abahlonishwa beza la ngaphambili nama-entities abo kanye nomasipala uma bekhuluma ngama-budget abo bazoqinisekisa ukuthi bazosinikeza ukuthi ingakanani umthamo abazowunikezela ekubhekeleni izidingo noma lezo zinhlelo ezizokwenza ukuba zi-empower abantu besifazane ziphinde futhi zenze abantu besifazane bangene bagxile kwezomnotho. Asifuni ukuthi banikezwe ama-cooperative somlomo o-50,000 bokuthi ngoba baya ama-cooperative. Sifuna ama-cooperative la azomuva from being a cooperative baphinde babe iy'mboni ezizimele ezingakwazi ukuthi zithuthukise umnotho. Njengokhongolose-ke siyakholelwa kulokho ngoba siyilwile le ndima kwaze kwafika la. Indima esekufanele siyilwele ukuthi-ke bangena kanjani abantu besifazane bagxile kwezomnotho. Siyafuna beza bakha izindlu kwabesifazane iy'nkontileka zabo zenza lowo msebenzi. Siyafuna ukubona abesifazane bakha iy'mboni ezikhiqiza imikhiqizo esiza leyo esigcobayo nesigqokayo yenziwe ngabantu besifazane leyo mkhiqizo. Siyafuna ukuthi yonke iminyango isibhekelele ukuthi konke lokhu okwenzekalayo esikhuluma ngakho ukuthi awe-empower amakhosikazi sikubone kwenzeka. Kodwa nani bahlonishwa nonke nikhona la siyafuna nibambe iqhaza ngoba umsebenzi wokuthuthukiswa komuntu wesifazane awubheki nje ibala. Ingakho nokuhlukumezeka kungabheki ibala. Sesibabone nabebala elinye behlukumezekile kodwa uma sibambisana singakwazi ukuthi sikwenze lokho kube ngcono. Somlomo siyakholwa ukuthi-ke njoba sizokhuluma la siwukhongolose sizobambisana nawo wonke ama-parties ukuba siqinisekise ukuthi abantu besifazane bayazizwa beyingxenye kahulumeni, bayazizwa beyingxenye yabemi base-South Africa. Ngakho konke bayakwazi ukuzimela nangezomnotho. Ngiyaphakamisa kanjalo Somlomo.
Thank you, Honorable MEC Sithole Moloye, for introducing your motion. We are now calling upon the first member to debate for 8 minutes on behalf of the ANC is the Honorable CQ Madlopa, the chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus and the Portfolio Committee on the Office of the Premier. 8 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, Somlomo ohloniphekile, ngivumele ngibonge umbutho wesizwe ngokungiphathisa umsebenzi wokuyimela kule nkulumo ebaluleke kangaka. Lesi siphakamiso sihambisana ngokuphelele njengoba sifuna ukuqondisa inyathuko okufanele siyithathe njengabesifazane kanye nomphakathi wonkana wesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal. Inkulumo mpikiswane yami izogxila emaqenjini asengozini kakhulu emphakathini yethu, ikakhulukazi abadala nabesifazana abasebasha. Ngibona kubalekile ukuthi ngikhumbuze lendlu ehlonishwayo ngale mikhakha engenhla njengoba isaqhubeka nokuphathwa ngalendlela thize njengezakhamuzi zesibili ishaywa indiva imiphakathi yethu sengathi ayibalekile kangaka. Yingakho ukhongolose kanye nohulumeni wethu beqhubeka nokulwa nanoma yiluphi uhlobo abuthaka njalo uma lo mkhuba uveza ubuso bawo obubi. Honorable Speaker, I will briefly provide a historical background of women's struggles talking for the triple oppression, also highlight on the 1995 Beijing Conference. Olunye udaba olubalekile ungqongqoshe aluqhakambisile ngesikhathi ephakamisa ukuthi umzabalazo wabesifazane usemkhulu. Abesifazane bamelana nengcindezelo kathathu. Sifunde ngokudangala ukuthi bambalwa kakhulu ngesikhathi sikahulumeni wamadlaguja abantu besifazane ababeseyikhundleni. Abanye babedlwengulwa ngalezo ikhathi kungashawa ndiva nje ngoba kuumuntu wesifazane. Section 9.2 of the Constitution of the Republic provides that, and I quote, equality includes the full and equal enjoyment of all rights and freedoms. To promote the achievement of equality, legislative and other measures designed to protect or advance persons or categories of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination may be taken, close quote. The South African Constitution provides special protection for women as part of groups who remain marginalized due to historical inequalities, which also include the rural and urban poor, children, youth, the aged, people with disabilities, and the LGBTQIA+ community. This constitutional provision is a reflection of the commitment of the government led by the African National Congress to achieve maximum social transformation through representing the interest of women and the most marginalized in the society. Women have been on the forefront of transformation in South Africa. They have played an enormous role in ensuring that we are liberated. As a result, their role was acknowledged by the post-apartheid government, with August now known as Women's Month, 66 years ago, a year that will go down in history. We commemorated the historical Women's March to the Union Building in Pretoria. Women from all the walks of life signed petitions to voice their fury and sadness over the constraints on their mobility rights imposed by the despised government Wamadlagusha. Today, we honor the bravery of the women who dared to risk being punished by the state with incarceration, detention, or even expulsion. They had become tired of being confined to their homes, powerless to make any substantial changes to a way of life that they primarily discriminated against them on the basis of their race, but also on the basis of their gender identity and class. Yet their contribution to social change till today are often underrepresented. Women are equally capable and equal to the task of leading men and women. The Republic of South Africa, and our province in particular, has enjoyed much recognition and representation of women as part of diversity of cultural, ethnic, language, and religious identities, and people with disabilities. And South Africa has been ranked among the highest in the world in terms of the proportion of women representation in parliament, in particular in this government led by the African National Congress. Honorable Speaker, the overall goal is to strengthen women's participation, influence, and to increase society's understanding and importance of gender equality amongst decision makers. For instance, after the 2019 election, women representative increased from 30% to 43% at the provincial level. The largest proportion of women representation in provincial legislatures is in Limpopo province, while the legislature with the lowest gender representation in its provincial legislature is the Western Cape, which is led by the DA, who does not understand the importance of women in positions. Identically, the 1995 Fourth World Conference on Women Beijing marked a significant turning point for the global agenda for gender equality, an agenda for women's empowerment. The Beijing Declaration and the Platform for Action is regarded as a primal international policy document on gender equality and was unanimously accepted by 189 nations. It outlines strategic goals and initiative for advancing women and the achieving gender equality in 12 pressing issues. Honorable Speaker, the Beijing conference, built on political agreements, remains a critical founding site. The conference determined to advance the goals of equality, development, and peace of all women everywhere in the interest of all humanity. Equally, It is dedicated to unreservedly to addressing these constraints and obstacles and thus enhancing further the advancement and empowerment of women all over the world, and agreed that this requires agency action in the spirit of determination, hope, and solidarity and cooperation now and to carry it forward in the next century. We are equally concerned, Honorable Speaker, about obstacles faced by female leadership, particularly hampered by gender bias and stereotype. Also, men's assertive behavior in the workplace that is typically interpreted by employers as strong, demanding, and direct. However, when women exhibit the same assertiveness, their employers frequently perceive them as aggressive, pushy, and strident. Undoubtedly, due to the cultural mindset and prejudice, women experience occupational segregation, several impediments, including lack of resources as well as gender-based violence in both the public and private sphere. We as women, we do not form a society separate from the men. There is only one society, and it is made up of both women and men. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
The next member for 5 minutes on behalf of the IFP is Honorable T.P. Mthethwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. We have noticed that during the budget speeches, MECs are always complaining about insufficient budget due to budget cuts, which hinders them from addressing many challenges facing their departments. The IFP has on numerous occasions called for the intervention from the Treasury to allocate more funds to provincial departments. Without increased budget, it is impossible for the department to implement more economic empowerment projects that will also benefit women. Women's empowerment can be defined as promoting equal right to women, their sense of self-worth, their ability to determine their own choices, and their right to influence social change for themselves and others. One of the major barriers in the growth and advancement of women is gender inequality. This means that we treat males and females unequally for the same task and are paid unequally. The IFP believes that before implementing a women's economic empowerment initiative, while implementing women's economic empowerment initiative, it is essential also to understand the socio-cultural context, the reality of the women targeted by the initiative, and the environment in which they live. To do so, the team responsible for creating and implementing the Economic Empowerment Initiative should perform an in-depth analysis of the women's need and context. The IFP believes that women's economic empowerment is key to the realization of women's rights and their full participation in society and their world of work, helping both to reduce poverty for all people and achieve gender equality. Women empowerment must not be an event and only take center stage only during the Women's Month. The IFP is not against celebrating Women's Month, but it believes that we must stop the tokenism and think of lasting ways of empowering women. Let's aim for deeper, long-lasting, and more substantial solutions. We call for more opportunities to be made available for Black women, eradicating barriers to economic participation and increasing women participation on boards and ownership structures of companies, government entities. Black women must have access to financial assistance to acquire stakes in the companies or to start their own businesses and be able to sustain them. The IFP is of the firm view that women must not only depend on government and municipalities to empower them.
That is why the IFP is always advocating for self-help, self-reliance. If abantu besifazane bengayinaka indaba yokuthi when they are given into noma ngabe incane kanjani kodwa bazethembe bazi ukuthi njengoba sebeqalisiwe nabo bayaqhubeka bayaphambili kungabi ukuthi ngaso sonke isikhathi bayolinda ukuthi ugovernment uyoqhamuka nani. We have a good example here as the IFP. Abomama abahlala emgwaqweni, abomama abadayisa ezikoleni. When people beqhamuka nama-project bayabakhohlwa labo mama. Abomama abadayisa amagwinya. We are saying even those women bafundise iy'ngane bayadinga ukusizwa ke sikube ne-project nje ethi ake sibheke vele bona sebeqalile. We are saying ngobomasipala abeme ukuthi bethi bebabona omama bethi bakhanda ama-LED project ebeqe bona bethi hambani noyikhanda but bekhona abantu abavele beredi balapha ya abangababuki futhi ngeso lokuthi hayi ngake ngambona ningabeqi njengale ndaba engingasafuna ukuyikhuluma ngoba umunye ukhona ongikhuzile ukuthi athi umuntu hayi ngoba loya mama ngimbonile udayisa amagwinya kodwa inkatha angizi kumbona ngiyofuna owangakithi. That is wrong. If angithi ngikuzibile ngana kwethu ngimfihlile lo muntu, if MEC upremier wethu sonke noma ngaba ungithandi ayizukuba khona ibe right into ye-women empowerment uma usahamba ubuka abantu ukuthi ungabona ukuthi awumuzwa kahle umeqe. Siyacela ke njenge-IFP ukuthi naba bethu because we are also governing ekomasipala abasize abantu ngokuhlupheka kwabo not ngama-political affiliation. The time has expired. The next member for 8 minutes on behalf of the DA is the Honorable M. Dembe.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, honourable members. Speaker, on the onset, I would like to say that the Democratic Alliance supports this motion. We support any program that puts together a budget for women emancipation to good use and not just talks. Dialogues are only good if you put them into action. Women are the pillars of society, and to nourish and protect them is to do so for society as a whole in its entirety. 16 days of activism is nearly upon us. We should be launching 365 days of activism like the DA in the governed Western Cape, so that every single day is a fight against gender-based violence. We need to know that we are at war, a war that needs every sphere of government, every organization, every private sector, every political party, every community member to be actively involved. But Speaker, we still have a long way to go before we can touch on women empowerment, which is very important if we do not speak about the ground level of safety. Women, Speaker, are not safe. Daily women are still abused, still raped, still trafficked, still murdered, and the numbers in our province are at an all-time high. The Department of Safety and Security and SAPS, where this budget-focused idea for women needs to start. Gender violence desks in police stations are not in use. Victim support-friendly places in some police stations are not friendly. Speaker, these places cannot be an afterthought or a tick-box exercise. They need to be fully resourced for them to be fully functional. There needs to be a social worker directly working within SAP station who solely deals with victim support unit. As we all know, that there are social workers who are at home with qualifications and no job. These social workers should be funded to work at police stations. SAPS members, Speaker, must be compulsorily, vigorously trained in gender-based violence, so victims are treated with care from the time they walk in, and their cases are treated with the sensitivity they deserve. Because women, Speaker, are afraid to go and report these crimes in fear that they will not be understood, believed, or even cared for. More SAPS members must be deployed on the ground to increase the safety of women on the streets. I cannot say this enough, Speaker. Enforcement, enforcement, enforcement. CPF members are also known to community members and are at times first responders. They should be funded and trained as well in gender-based violence. Community members must also be provided with enough information to help each other if the time comes to recognize abuse and to able to channel it in the important channels to report it. Speaker, there are men's forums in communities who also need to be equipped. They have programs directed to men as perpetrators and are always to tackle gender-based violence that are specifically tailored to men. Speaker, as much as the Departments of Social Development are striving to have one social worker per ward, they should also be looking at targeted areas so that more than one social worker is on the ground at the wards so that cases are not left in a backlog to be dealt with. How will funding be available for one more social worker to be placed in every single corner in every single ward? The department needs not to be frivolously spending more, but target the spending on targeted areas and targeted wards. Speaker, we must make it easy for women to get out of abusive relationships. Yes, there are places of safety for women of abuse, like white door centers that are becoming white elephants. Mostly you can't find them. But
Honorable Tembe, a minute. I see the hand of Honorable Sonchika is up. Can you take a seat, Honorable Member? Honorable Sonchika, what rule?
Rule 57D, Honorable Speaker. 57D.
Okay. Honorable Member, the Honorable Sonchika wants to check whether you can take or accept a question that is relevant to the debate. Honorable Sonchika, Roger says the Honorable Member must refuse.
So basically, the member can't talk.
I can speak for myself, Speaker. The answer is no.
Well,
the Honorable Member has declined to take your question. Thank you. You can continue, Honorable Tembe.
Thank you, Speaker. Like white door centers, there are white elephants. Mostly you can't find them, but they do not have the holistic approach. Just for a place to get away from a perpetrator, but not to rebuild a woman and emancipate her. Funding needs to go to a gender-based violence hub. Also, like in the DA-governed Western Cape, a place called the Sarah Batki Center. This is a hub that can be from public works building that can be utilized as they have been left barren and unused, where these places can be an all-in-one stop shop that women can get the assistance she needs to rebuild. This GBV hub has all the departments on hand in the same place to get the systems and departments to work together and not in silos. In this hub, there should be social workers and psychologists to deal with the psychosocial issues of gender-based violence and how to reframe your mind to get back to psychological strength. We all know that perpetrators break you down mentally. There needs to be legal aid so women can be assisted with divorce and maintenance, as some women are not financially stable for lawyers and court systems. There needs to be a place that can assist with skills development so that women can go out and start finding a job, so to support herself and her children and have the autonomy that she deserves. There needs to be education so that children can start going to schools where they can be closer to their mother and also receive trauma counseling. This hub can be used to bring more resources closer to the people. Speaker, NGOs have been at the forefront of gender-based violence, and we need to increase funding to NGOs so they can continue the amazing work that they do. NGOs are at the forefront of communities and have better connection to community members who face this. More funding so they can increase their reach. Speaker, we should ask why the current programs already funded not fully reached on the ground. Why is there still such a rise in gender-based violence in KZN? What can government do differently to ensure a different outcome? Year in and year out, we speak strongly against gender-based violence, and year in, it seems like this is not slowing down. Less talk, more action. This should be the theme of the 365 days of activism. We cannot do the same thing and expect absolutely different results. That is the definition of insanity. Yes, a gender lens has to be budgeted for in every department. Let those programs be actionable programs like the Gender-Based Violence Hub in the Western Cape. We all need to work together to end this war. Thank you, Speaker.
The next member for 6 minutes was EFF. They have lodged an apology. Now we'll go for 8 minutes. On behalf of the ANC, to the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance Portfolio, Honorable Sipho Keifas Nkosi.
Sunday school. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. It is always a great pleasure to debate on this matter of national importance. It is more honorable and dear to me that the ANC of Albertina Sulu, Adelaide Tambo, Sophie de Bruyn, Ruth First, Fatima Mia, Winnie Mandela, and many others has seen me fit to represent its aspirations, articulate its views, its position, goals and programs around the issues affecting women. The role that women played in the liberation struggle has been understated, but we who are part and parcel of the movement know a lot. They made a huge sacrifice, and that is why in Mangaung Conference in 2012, the ANC adopted the National Development Plan, which covers a lot about women. NDP was later adopted by the cabinet for the government's future policy making, putting the South African society on a healthier development path towards Vision 2030. NDP suggests that women make up 52% of the country's population. According to State South Africa, the employment of women stood at a mere 36.9%, while men was at 47.5% at the first quarter of 2020. About 32% of women were employed in the informal sector as vendors and domestic workers. We all know that wages in those sectors are very low. That's what we know. Honorable Speaker, the ANC continues to be engaged in the struggle for women emancipation as the last point of our revolutionary victory against oppression. Hence, the ANC government has been consistent in its position that our democracy is incomplete without the liberation of women from patriarchal chains, societal bondage, and economic dependency. The situation is almost the same, like the one which drove all of us to stand up and fight apartheid. Post-apartheid sees some change, but it is not enough. We need programs to ensure that our women are completely emancipated above the 50-50 we have as the ruling party. Imbalances of the past must be completely removed. We seek to create a developmental and ethical state. In such a state, we envision programs in the radar where the objectives of women empowerment and gender equality shall be achieved. We dare not fail in this noble cause. Such a state is therefore would be a vehicle to drive the NDP. Some doubting Thomases think that women empowerment and gender equality are a pie in the sky. This cannot be true as long as government is committed to achieve them. They must be achieved in our lifetime. Honorable Speaker, in this continent of ours, we have Rwanda, where 60% of parliamentarians are women. This good story was told by women themselves during our study tour in that part of the world. I cannot remember any other state that has 60% like Rwanda, but educate me, fellow MPLs. The development path of Rwanda is a marvel to watch in almost all fields, such as science, technology, and others. These are driven by women themselves. By 2002, Rwanda has been a dramatic scientific rise in the Development Human Index as a whole, surpassing that of Europe. Europe is behind Rwanda in almost all respects. Those who study what is happening in each and every country will agree with me. This bears testament that women are not only as capable as men, but it is in the interest of the country and of development that women are prioritized in government plans. We therefore call upon government to mobilize all spheres to make resources available for programs aimed at capacitating women through education. We call upon government departments which do transversal oversight over other departments, such as the OTP and Treasury, to leave no stone unturned in holding departments accountable in their commitments to gender equality in terms of employment opportunities and skills development aimed solely at women. We are at the doorstep of the month of November, which marks the beginning of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence against women and children. We wish to state categorically clear that we support this campaign fully, but wish to add that its rollout must go beyond awareness about crimes perpetrated by some men, those men who are not men enough, those who rape women, beat them, and kill them, and rape also the children. So against women and children, we must use this campaign to send a strong message that government is committed in creating a safe province for our own women and children. In this province, there must be no place to hide for the perpetrators of GBV. Furthermore, we emphasize that 16 days of activism is a launching pad, but this campaign must run for 365 days every year. Government must develop legislative framework aimed at the protection of women and children, as well as the promotion of their rights. Honorable Speaker, allow me to conclude by urging our government and its citizens to stand up together to fight this scourge. Budget must be prioritized for this major task. Resources must be availed towards the upliftment of women in business, in sport, in arts, and all other spheres of life. So we as the ANC, we are going to campaign very much for the achievement of gender equality. Thank you.
The next speaker for 2 minutes is the Honorable C.M. Shinga of the NFP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. Uyedwa umuntu wayeyiqonda kangcono i-Women Emancipation and Empowerment. Unkosikazi Zanele kaMagwaza Msibi. Ingakho waye enohlelo owayeliqondise kubafelokazi lokwazi ukuthi umuntu wesifazane ehanjele othandwe wakhe uqhubeke ukunakekela umndeni. Ebahlanganisa benza ama co-ops, benze amabhizinisi bakwazi ukuxosha ikati eziko. Honorable members, we must address the underlying causes of inequality and disempowerment. We must recognize women's unpaid labor and the technology involved, as well as the fact that women undertake the majority of care and housework in their communities. Approximately 51.1% of the population of South Africa is female. SA women have higher unemployment rates and higher levels of poverty and unemployment generally, which increases poverty. Statistics SA report showed that women are vulnerable and are in need of intervention. However, it is not the women climbing the corporate ladder who need the intervention. There are several difficulties that must be addressed. We need a full evaluation of the existing legislation to find loopholes. Only then we can examine the necessity for more laws. We need to discover why critical pieces of legislation are not being implemented adequately and what can be done to guarantee that their goals are met. Honorable Speaker, the NFP supports the resolution taken by this House to call on government departments, entities, and municipalities and other stakeholders in KZN to focus more on looking at their budgets through a gender lens, to infuse women empowerment programs through their budget allocation. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The next member is Honorable Esther Rajbansi for 2 minutes on behalf of the Minority Front.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, South African women have achieved emancipation in the many rights that they enjoy. However, empowerment is everyone's job. Government is a key enabler to empower vulnerable groups. The only way is through budget appropriation. Therefore, the Minority Front supports this motion. It is hoped that with a women premier and majority women cabinet, the Beijing Platform 1995 resolutions will be pushed. The 2030 SDG 5 of gender equality can only be achieved if we get gender equity first. This means that the KZN Legislature must establish a women's budget committee fund and fund adequate training and use to foster partnerships. Shelve plans that have empowered women, for example, a women and child hospital program, pink public transport, and other women-only programs needs to be revitalized. A complete assessment must be done by Treasury, the Office of the Premier and Social Development, on women's organizations funded. Only an evaluation will direct funds to organizations that are making a difference to reducing gender inequality. Funding must follow the phases of women's life cycle, from programs for the girl child, youth and student life, marriage and work life, then senior and retirement life. Preventative budgeting gives better budget performance outcomes. Finally, the Office of the Premier must hold an annual Young Women's Achievers Award to recognize and promote the potential of women at their prime. Budget reprioritization will motivate women to develop more from a fixed and a growth set mind to a motivational mindset. Honorable members, women must support women. Thank you.
The next member for 2 minutes on behalf of the ATM is Honorable M.E. Phakathi.
Somlomo amalungu eshamthetho ahloniphekileyo, amalungu executive akhona ngaphakathi kwethu, siyabingelela. Somlomo kubalekile ukuthi sikuveze ukuthi ATM iyaseseka lesiphakamiso. Kodwa sikhumbuze Somlomo ukuthi abantu besifazane abasahlupheka namanje abakade bahlupheka abantu bakithi abamnyama eindaweni zasemaphandleni Somlomo. Abantu bakithi abamnyama baphethe abantu besifazane abamnyama baphethe amakhaya, kodwa ayikho imisebenzi. Kuyofanele Somlomo sibhekisise kahle ukuthi mangabe uhulumeni noma eminyango kahulumeni yonke ehambisa izinsiza kubantu besifazane kuqalwe ngabakithi abamnyama, ngoba lokhu abayikho namhlanje benziwa uhulumeni wobandlululo lapho obaba bethu babulawa kwashiwa emakhaya kungekho okungenayo ngoba yibona kade besebenza. Somlomo abantu bayisifazana abamnyama emakhaya baphethe imizi bengenayo ngisho into encane engenayo ukuthi kuyinsebenzo. Lesi siphakamiso somlomo ATM isishayela ihlombe siyoncenxa uhulumeni wonke ukuthi wenze sure ukuthi konke okungena isabelo sezimali sabo basithathe ukuze sikwazi basithathe basifake kulo msebenzi ukuze sikwazi ukusiza abantu bakithi abamnyama. Ngiyabonga somlomo.
The next speaker was going to be ACDP, and they are not in the house. We therefore move to the next speaker for 5 minutes on behalf of the IFP, Honorable TP Mthethwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. While we call for more women empowerment, the ANC government must address load shedding. Load shedding has destroyed many businesses, even those owned by women. There are many women who are involved in manufacturing who have been let down by the ANC government, who allowed ESCOM to deteriorate under its watch. In parallel with Women's Economic Empowerment Initiative, it is necessary to address on a larger scale the political and institutional structures that perpetuate gender inequality, gender norms, and the acceptability of domestic violence. Addressing GBV using finance is essential for women's economic empowerment. This involves designing and implementing gender-less investment model that can positively change women's led businesses, including addressing some of the factors that are holding them back, and in turn can improve their lives. Giving women more significant economic opportunities while addressing gender norms can reduce their vulnerabilities and risk of experiencing GBV. More stable financial situation for women can lead to more stable and better lives. Further, it should be essential that intervention designed for women should include risk reduction strategies on domestic violence and take a holistic empowerment approach that considers economic, social, and political factors. To minimize these risks, it is imperative that the people who work with the women and girls in economic empowerment programs are aware of the proven prevention and support strategies that can be implemented to respond to domestic violence. As part of holistic approach to women's empowerment, it is essential that project teams, including senior managers, learn about potential risk of victimization associated with this initiative, and that they are able to recognize the various forms of domestic violence, the factors associated with it, and the consequences for women participants. In addition, project teams must be able to intervene appropriately in support of women who experience domestic violence during the implementation of Women's Economic Empowerment Initiative. It is also a duty for local government spheres to promote women empowerment. Municipality must ensure that during their IDPs, local women businesses such as catering, deco, makers, hire are prioritized. Local government is considered to be the level of government closest to the people. Its main tasks are to ensure that goods and services are provided equally and impartially to all community members and to give leadership to the community. Local government has to promote economic development in communities. Unless economic growth and strategies are closely linked to anti-poverty strategies and are inclusive of the less formalized economic activities, economic growth will be limited and will only benefit a privileged minority. Women's contribution to the economy has been largely overlooked and undervalued. More funds must be made for women empowerment. More land must be allocated for women. The Department of Agriculture must ensure that small-scale farmers are empowered. They must be provided with land, implement
and finance markets and skills. While the IFP support One Home, One Garden project, but it also believes that people must be assisted to become successful farmers. Further, the Department of Agriculture must ensure that cannabis farming for women is achieved. Women must be taught on how to apply for cannabis license and what funding is available. We have institutions like National Empowerment Fund and Industrial Development Corporation. Such institutions must go out to rural areas and educate people about how women can benefit from these, and they must build more offices in rural areas. Further, we have a multi-party women's caucus. I think I have to emphasize, no, niyayenza into ethi multi-party, wena multi-party women's caucus committee. That is, we are happy with what you are doing, but you do not have equal funds, enough funds. Then we need your program to go out, because there is something that we are seeing. We are training women even here and women in the various municipalities. Lastly, the IFP want to see more women involvement in mining and ocean economy.
Uchaba lixesha. Kanti ke elona chaba ngamavoti.
Olandelayo ngumhlonishwa ongumphathiswa wezempilo KwaZulu-Natal egameni le-African National Congress for 12 minutes, Honorable N. Simelane.
Siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo. Siyabingelela kuwe, sibingelele nakubahlonishwa bonke abakhona in the house. Somlomo, ngicabanga ukuthi okokuqala nje kufuna sibonge i-debate nendlela abahlonishwa abavumelana ngayo. Kuyakutshela ukuthi noma siqhamuka einhlanganweni ezihlukene, kodwa njengabantu besifazane umsebenzi esiuthunyiwe ne-constituency esimele, which is the constituency yabantu besifazane, siyaku-understand ukuthi ayina bala, ayikhethi iskip ukuthi igqoke iskip esinjani noma inhlangano enjani. So siyakubonga lokho, siyaku-appreciate, and I think into emphasizayo, it's the last point kamhlonishwa umthetho ekhuluma nge-multi-party multi-party committee yase-legislature ngendlela umsebenzi wenza ngayo. Having said that, siyakunothisa-ke nje kodwa ukuthi ey'ndabeni zabantu besifazane inhlangano kakhongolose ne-ATM kuphela ekwaziyo ukuhlanganisa ngisho abantu besilisa ukuthi abayixoxe naso. Kuyasiza-ke lokho ukuthi sonke sihlangane, ngoba phela kusho ukuthi sonke siyakwazi ukulwa into eyodwa. Umhlonishwa umthethwa, Honorable Speaker, ubekhuluma ngendaba ye-support yomama abenza imisebenzi emincane. Ngiyamsupporta kakhulu lapho, and I think it's something that we are saying should happen, and that is why MEC Nkonyeni was raising this point, because she is saying in her motion, noma ngabe budget incane kangakanani, in everything that is budgeted for by government, let's make sure that abantu besifazane, they actually are the first ones to benefit them. That is why uthola ukuthi legislature, the legislature itself has supported ama-hawkers through a program yaga speaker, and I think that's what we want, izinto ukuthi zikwazi ukuthi iqhubeke so that sikwazi ukuthi sibasize abantu bakithi. Honorable Shinga, ngiyavumelana nawe kukho konke okushilo, ngaphandle kokuthi umuntu o-understanda emancipation of women uZanele kaMagwaza Msibi kuphela. She really understood it, but I think all of us, and there's more other women who are actually doing the work. Honorable Tembe, ubezokuxoxela nje yena ngokuthi eWestern Cape kwenziwani. So I will not really speak to that. Speaker, I want to firstly emphasize that historically Black women in South Africa have been faced with the triple oppression, and that is what Honorable Madlopa was speaking to. Abantu besifazane ke South Africa babe oppressed ngenxa ye gender yabo, be oppressed ngenxa ye race and ngenxa ye class. And that, which is the reason why the ANC-led government emphasizes that empowerment of women is not a nice to have, but rather one of those non-negotiable and imperative goals of this ANC-led government. That is why we are supporting the motion ka MEC Nkonyeni because Oga Honorable Nkonyeni ngoba it's now beginning to implement resolutions of the African National Congress asho ukuthi abantu bakithi kakhulukazi abantu besifazane abakwazi ukuthi basupporteke abantu besifazane akufanele ukuthi babe kwi second or third tier of the economy. Abantu besifazane must be in the mainstream economy, and the only way for us to be able to do that is when government intervenes and assists women benze show ukuthi bayakwazi ukuthi participate. We are not here to cry, Honorable Speaker. We are not here to lament. The fact that MEC Nkonyeni, as an MEC of Finance, is the one who brought this motion, it is clearly an indication that government means business about the policies are now. Government means business about implementing policies of the African National Congress, and this is the beginning of those. It is essentially about dealing with the legacy. This motion and the point that MEC Nkonyeni, represented by MEC Stolemloy, was presenting here today, is that dealing with the legacy of apartheid and bringing about social transformation, particularly when it comes to power relations between women, men, institutions, and the laws that govern this country. Nearly 70 years ago, in 1954, as MEC Madlopa indicated, the Women's Charter that was established was saying that women at that time did not form a society separate from men, and called upon women to share in the problems and anxieties of our men, and close quote. In accordance with the ANC's call that government must double its efforts to promote bias towards women empowerment through budgeting, we wish to highlight, Speaker, the following. That as government, we do need to promote and accelerate women's participation in the preparation and formulation of budget. Galokhu sisho ukuthi abantu besifazane ababe at the center of preparing a budget. Now, those who are preparing the budget at any given time, they must understand that women must be in their radar. Women must be on their dashboard as they are implementing as they are preparing for a budget. Because if government is able to do that, it means a budgeting year too will really indeed focus on women. It is extremely important to emphasize that a gender-responsive budget is not a separate budget for women, but it's a general budget that is planned, approved, executed, monitored, and audited in a gender-responsive way. That then enables us as government to ensure that we implement what we have been talking about. The objective of involving women in the formulation of budgets is to ensure that resources are raised, allocated, and spent in a manner that eliminates gender disparities. And this you can see in the society at large. When you go to the private sector, you can see how disparities that are out there. When you go to government facilities or government department right now, you can see Uguti Akona. So if we are able to implement, then we'll be able to actually eradicate and deal with these disparities. The recently held Women's Parliament of 2022 made a number of important resolutions, and those were saying, and we believe that we must implement and take heed of those. And one of the matters, or some of the matters that they raised as matters of urgency in the Women's Parliament was that most departments are currently failing to meet the 40% preferential targets for procurement. Now, the fact that MEC Nkonyeni, as an MEC for Finance, has raised this matter, herself and the Office of the Premier are going to have a responsibility to ensure that all the government departments actually do not fall short of the target that has been put in place. And this is also an instruction that is being given to government by the Women's Parliament. Furthermore, OTP must ensure that departments establish a supplier development program within their supply chain management units that will ensure that women are suitably equipped with the knowledge and skills on how to apply for bigger tender opportunities within government departments. Sisholokelana ukuthi akufanele ukuthi abantu besifazane ngaso sonke isikhathi, as I think Honorable Stolemloy was saying, abantu besifazane kuthiwe abaye kuma co-ops kuphela. Akulungile ama co-ops are right, those abafuna ukusebenza ku space ama co-ops basebenze kona, but abantu besifazana abanikwe nabo i-opportunity noma ithuba lokuthi bakhule baze bafike bebe osomabhizinisi abakhulu, and indlela yokuthi bakwazi ukuthi abantu besifazane bafike lapho ukuthi bathole iskill, bathole empowerment, and it's only a government that is conscious that can actually do that, and that is the government of the African National Congress. Government has the responsibility to lead in the economical empowerment of women. Hence, the ANC-led government supports a developmental state, compared here to a purely capitalist state that is supported by liberals on my far left, Lapan. They support a capitalist state ethi uhulumeni akangangeneleli indawo ekuthuthukiseni abantu. So ekuthuthukiseni abantu, but siyakholelwa ke thina ukuthi uhulumeni uneqhaza angalibamba ekutheni abantu bathuthuke, ngoba uma uhulumeni engekho kusho ukuthi abantu bazoyithuthukela nje ngendlela eqhubekayo yenzeka. Uma kungalinganwa kuzoqhubeka kungalinganwa kuze kukhulu kungalinganwa. Kanti when government is involved in a developmental state, uyakwazi uhulumeni ukungenelela azama ukubalansisa ama skills nalabo abangenawo ama skills awafaka ama skills and bakwazi ukuthi baqhubeke. So we support that approach, and MEC Nkonyeni has clearly indicated that she is going indeed to be able to deal with that. We are also making a call to MEC Nkonyeni together with the Office of the Premier that the red tape that is out there when it comes to women to participate economically in the province, abangenelele benze sure ukuthi iyasuka, ngoba ezinye zezinto ezenza ukuthi abantu bakithi banqene ukuthi bangene kuma business, ngoba uma ngabe bengena kuba ne red tape eningi bangakwazi ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi baqhubekele phambili. Ngolesibili uhulumeni ubusolundi sixoxa nomphakathi, omunye udadewethu engixoxe naye laphana uthe kumina bayacela njengabantu besifazane nabantu abasha ukuthi uhulumeni awubalethele ama departments onke entuthuko ikakhulukazi kosoma lawa adila nosoma business endaweni eyodwa, so that bangathi bephuma namhlanje athi qeda ukuregister company sekuthiwa uhamba obhala i-plan ahamba ekwenye indawo kuthiwa cha sekufuna ufilishe iform ke manje lethala aphinda aye kwenye indawo. So ngixoxileke no MEC uDuma, and MEC uDuma as MEC waka Etia already they have a program abanayo, and they have made a commitment that they are going to be taking those one-stop shops to Olundi, so that abantu basolundi nabo bakwazi ukuthi uma befuna ukuthuthuka ngebhizinisi bathole nje yonke information endaweni eyodwa. We believe that is how government should be operating, because when we say to our people akwanele ukuthi siqashwe nje kuphela, nathi aswakhe amathuba emsebenzi, uhulumeni ke une responsibility yokuthi ubasupporte labo bantu abafuna ukwakha amathuba emsebenzi. Sithi kubantu besifazane njengoba abaningi babo beqalile bewakha amagwinya nje oMamadlo phakadesho, abanye bethengisa ama-kip somlomo ngolesibili, abanye bathengisa ama-kip. Leyo nto leyo iyona esikhulisile. They must continue, we must support them, but indlela yokuthi sibasupporte ukuthi uhulumeni abe nesystem eyodwa, abe nendawo eyodwa lapha bazokwazi ukuthi bathole information khona, bakwazi nanokuchazeleka abanye babo uma ngabe kukhona inkinga ekhona nama-forms. And this government has decided that that is what it's going to do. Lawo ma-one-stop centers are going to be put in the north as well, because akhona phela emadolobheni, akhona eThekwini, akhona eMgungundlovu, but uma ngabe uqhubeka kuya ku-north ye-province uyathola ukuthi indawo eziningi amadolobha amaningi awekho, kodwa uhulumeni uzoqhubeka akwenze lokho, and kuzobasiza-ke abantu besifazane lokho, ngoba imali encane ayitholayo uzogibela athi umethenga ukudla edrobheni kwey'ngane aphinde adlule e-ofisini leli elikwaziyo ukusiza in terms of ukuthuthuka. Siyayisupporta kakhulu emotion ka-MEC Nkonyeni. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Finally now, the Honorable BNC Tole Moloi to respond to the debate in 5 minutes. Mapit.
Angibonge Somlomo. Ngiyathanda ukubonga abahlonishwa abazile lapha ngaphambili bezoxoxa ngale motion ka-African National Congress. Ngiyazi ukuthi ibivele ifanele ukuba ilivuse uhlevana, kodwa uhlevane oluzokwenza ukuthi sikwazi ukuya phambili. Ngiyakholelwa ukuthi lolu hlevane lusho ukuthi sonke siyadingana ukubambisana ukuze impilo zabantu besifazane bakulesi sifundazwe nabasezweni lakithi eSouth Africa zibe ngcono. Siyokwenza lokho ngokuthi-ke sikuvumelane ukuthi lezi izinto esingaphikisani kuzo siqinisekise ukuthi siyabambisana kuzona. Ukuthuthukiswa kwabantu bakithi besifazane akuyona into ebheke kuphela African National Congress. Ngikusho kahle ngoba ziningi izinhla African National Congress asezenzile. Sine Gender Equality Bill. Kuyona kuclear kuyacaca ukuthi kuno chapter 10 ukhuluma ngokuthi bazokwenziwa kanjani abantu besifazane kwabathuthukiswe labo abasemakhaya kwezomnotho nasendleleni yokuphila. Uyadlula futhi ikhulume ngokuthi sizokwenza kanjani ukuthi abesifazane abakhubazekile nabo bayasizakala ukuba bathola amathuba ukuba bakwazi ukuthi babambe iqhaza kwezomnotho. Siyakuvumelana ke sonke lokuthi ke kufanele ukuba kwenziwe. Ngifuna ukuthi ke ngingangeni kakhulu ngoba iningi lezindaba ezikhulunywe lapha ngabahlonishwa ababambe iqhaza kule nkulumo mpikiswane. Umhlonishwa ungqongqoshe wezempilo okamagujwa uthe hayi wathatha wangikhulumela, kodwa ikhona indaba engizofuna ukuthi-ke ngiyiphendule. Yile ethi-ke into ebangela ukuba ungqongqoshe wezezimali ayikhulume lento ukuthi uzophonsa inselele nakulesi shayamthetho ukuthi amakomiti alusa ama-department enza i-oversight ngolimi lwesilungu lwesilungu awenza isiqiniseko sokuthi masiletha ama-budget ezama-department lawo ma-budget akukhombise ukuthi azokwenza kanjani ukuqinisekisa ukuthi izinhlelo eziphakamisa neziqhakamisa ukusiza abantu besifazane zikhona kulawo ma-budget. Ngiyafuna ukusho ukuthi-ke siyabonga kakhulu kubahlonishwa bonke ababambe iqhaza. Ngifuna ukuthi-ke sengiya ngasekupheleni ngoba asinikwanga isikhathi esiningi sokuthemeleza kulolu daba ukuthi asivumelaneni la ukuthi izinhla ezikhona kukhona uhla olukhona okuyikomiti le women and youth women and people with disability, le equality of life elikhuluma ngalezo ndaba zingena phansi kwalelo komiti. Siyafuna lelo komiti lingabheki nje kuphela ukwenza ama-activity kodwa ake lithi zoom in to the programs of departments and see ukuthi-ke bese libeka ama-targets ukuthi le department ngalesi sikhathi sifuna ukubona lo mahluko abantu besifazane abasebebangaka kule department asebesizakela besifazane sebebangaka abatholile usizo eluzobasiza ngokuthi bathuthukise ezomnotho. Ngiyabonga somlomo ukuthi-ke silithole leli thuba njengo-African National Congress. Yonke imikhakha sinayo. Ngiyazi ukuthi fanele sizibongele ukuthi KwaZulu-Natal sinomholi ongundunankulu wesifazane, kusho ukuthi-ke kuyashintsha igiya. Political sesishintshile igiya esifuna ukuzolishintsha eli-economical ukuthi-ke abazuzeka abantu besifazane, kungabi ukuthi kunabantu besifazane abayisithupha abangongqongqoshe kwi-cabinet okuwumlando. U-60% loyo we-cabinet uphethwe ngabantu besifazane, iminyango eyisithupha yonke nangaphezulu ephethwe abantu besifazane, kodwa bese abantu besifazane baphinde bahlale benjalo. Kusho ukuthi-ke le nselelo ibhekiswe kithina sonke, kodwa kakhulukazi kulabo abanikezwe amandla okuhlahla izimali nokwaba izimali ngendlela efanelekile ukuthi bawenze lo msebenzi. Siwenzile-ke ngokuthi-ke sikwazi ukuthi okunye kwenzeke. One Home One Garden ngiyafuna ukusho ukuthi nathi sonke lo wasihleli la ngaphakathi siya entitled ukuthi senze One Home One Garden, ukuthi ngeke senisupport ngoba niyasebenza nina, kodwa nifanele ukuba nezinkukhu ezimbili lapha ekhaya, niyeke ukuyothenga njalo, nize nithenge ngisho ikabishi nespinashi. One Home One Garden ukhona, kodwa akuyena wodwa One Home One Garden department ewenzayo. Sinama-program esiwenzayo, One Household One Hectare, siyayisupporta. Sinama-program amanye akhona athi-ke kulaba abasafufusa abenza ezolimo. Baningi abantu besifazane abenza ezolimo, nabafuyayo izinkukhu, nabafuye izimvu, nabafuye izingulube, abaphumelelayo abakwenza lokho beze bethengise nangaphandle kwase-South Africa nakwamanye ama-provinces. Sifuna ukuthi lokho kubonakale. Ngifuna ukuthi ngingasho kahle ukuthi umnyango wa-agriculture, umnyango ka-One Home One Garden, umnyango o-empower bonke abantu besifazane kuyona yonke imikhakha yezemfuyo, imikhakha yezokulima. Siyafuna ukuthi sikuqhakambise kanjalo lokho, singasho ukuthi umnyango ka-One Home One Garden. Siyabonga kakhulu-ke mhlonishwa somlomo ukusipha ithuba lokuba sibhethe i-ANC.
We have come to the end of the debate on the motion that was moved by Honorable N.P. Nkonyeni on the sitting of the 22nd of September 2022. We will now move to the next item, 8.2, report by the MEC for Sport, Arts and Culture on the department's performance against its annual performance plans in line with Standing Rule 1131. I therefore call upon the Honorable A.G. Mapena to take the podium for 20 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to your good self. Greetings to the honorable members, both present and those that are with us virtually. Greetings to our guests that are also with us today. I would have also loved to greet the portfolio, but I wait in anticipation, taking from the discussions that took place early on today. Honorable Speaker, I'm honored to report on behalf of the department the performance report against our annual performance plan. Honorable Speaker, the department merged in April, and we now have 4 programs that make up sports, art, and culture. The first being the administration, the second being the cultural affairs, the third being libraries and archive services, and the fourth being the sports and recreation. I'd like to report, Honorable Speaker, on the quarterly report, first on Program 1. I'm going to be narrative, but we do have the report that has the statistics, and if time prevails or allows, I can also continue to do so. The department in Program 1 is reporting on a total of 9 indicators. There are 3 indicators that are annual targets, the balance being reported quarterly. In quarter 1, 6 indicators were reported on and 3 were achieved, equating to 50% achievement. In terms of quarter 2, the department has improved to 66%. The main reason for the improvement was the 100% achievement of payment of suppliers within 30 days. The key challenge in this program is that with regards to the appointment of females at SMS level, this is as a result of non-filling of posts being held at bands due to the merger of the sports, arts and culture, and from sports and recreation and sports and arts and culture. Program 2. In terms of Program 2, there are 15 indicators in total, with 3 being at annual targets. In quarter 1, there were 9 indicators reported, and 6 were achieved, amounting to 67%. In quarter 2, there are 11 indicators reported on, and achieved are 7, equating to 65%. In terms of the key achievements of the program, the department has overachieved its capacity building program, whereby 420 artists or arts practitioners have been capacitated. The department has also hosted significant programs during the first 2 quarters. These include Africa Day, Women's Day in Richmond Municipality, which was hosted in our province by His Excellency, our President. And the International Translation Day in Bakeville. 11 community dialogues were held in this quarter, and the focus in June was the youth development, and in August, women's dialogues were also held. The department did experience challenges with regards to hosting of Imkosi due to the known reasons. The department has since hosted successfully Umkhosi Womhlanga in its 2 segments and Umkhosi Welembe in quarter 2. The other challenges that we experienced were the postponement of the choral competition scheduled in quarter 2, but these have been rescheduled to quarter 3 and 4. The unveiling of the King's statue, King Shaka statue, did not materialize in quarter 2, and we envisage in all our planning that it will be in quarter 3, as everything else is in order and everything else is in place. Non-achievement was also experienced with transfers to entities. This was due to the merger. The transfer payment policy was amended and hence compliance requirements changed, which delayed a few transfers. These will be affected in Q3. In Program 3, in terms of Program 3, there are 6 indicators in total, with 4 being annual targets. In Q1, there were 4 indicators reported on, and 2 were achieved, amounting to 50%. In Q2, there were 4 indicators reported on, and 3 achieved, equating to 75%. The department was able to catch up where it had underachieved in terms of the reading competitions. The program is also responsible for creating awareness of the national symbols and I Am the Flag campaign, and has since visited 20 schools in this regard and continues to do its work. The department also successfully conducted training on records management and awareness campaigns on archives. The challenges have been experienced in terms of the transfer to Family Literacy NPO, who is responsible for the implementation of the reading for the under 10 year program. This is due to the compliance requirements in terms of our discussion with them with the MOA. Program 4. Program 4 has achieved 12 of the 19 targeted indicators in Q2. This is an increase from 33% in Q1 to 63% in Q2. Significant achievements have been the support to 29 sporting federations to run their campaigns, either through transfers or goods and services. Some federations are still having challenges in attaining the SARS clearance, which is SARS, and or the NPO registration from DSD. The department is providing assistance in this regard for those who still cannot get their clearances, and consideration will be given to support them in goods and services. The department has supported 24 young athletes with sports scholarships for the 22 academic year. This has exceeded the target of 15 that had been anticipated. This was due to some athletes not requiring the full funding for their education costs, thus releasing funds to support additional athletes. 507 federation-based officials were trained in Q2, enabling the shortfall from Q1 to be made up. 7 districts implemented their programs for people with disability in preparation for disability games, which will take place later in Q3. The balance of the district will complete their programs and selection as well early in Q3 in readiness for the provincial games. 415 athletes are registered in academies, I beg your pardon, supported by department. This has already exceeded the annual target. All 160 registered Siyadlala hubs have received their equipment for the year, and 95% of the targeted schools have received the equipment packs. 20,332 learners have already participated in the school sports competition at the district level. This is 50% over the year-to-date target. This in particular is due to the incorporation of the cross-country into the school sports competition program. The shortfall in achieving targets is primarily due to non-filling of the vacancies for various categories of the planned contract worker posts. Adverts have been already put in place, and the balance would be then dealt with in terms of the vacant budget posts. Madam Speaker, the progress against the outcomes. Each performance indicator in the APP is aligned to one of the 4 departmental outcomes, which in turn links to the relevant priorities of government as declared in the SF. Below, I'm saying below, the table that I will be speaking to indicates the achieving of our targets for each outcome. The first outcome, compliance or complaints and response governance, is compliance. Our Q2 indicator, we had targeted 5, achieved 3. Increased, the second outcome, increased economic contribution of the sports, arts and culture sector to address poverty, unemployment and inequalities. Targeted with 9, achieved in Q2 were 5. Increased participation of communities to develop a creative, active, healthy and winning province. In Q2, targeted 16, achieved 11. A diverse and socially cohesive and moralistic society with common identity and national pride. Targeted were 8, achieved 5. Our total of our target was 38, and our achieved is 24. Per program, if I may, in the compliance and responsive governance, this is program 1, which speaks to the performance indicator of the invoice paid within 30 days. We have achieved 100%. Increased economic contribution of sport, arts and culture to address poverty, unemployment and inequality. We have achieved in Q2, 97%. The compliance and responsive governance percentage vacancy rate, which is new. In Q2, we are 3%. So in our resolution in that regard is that critical posts have been submitted and we await for the approval. The percentage of females officials, still on the performance indicator, the same. We were at Q2. We're not proud of ourselves. We are sitting at 47%. But our resolution is the critical posts which have been submitted will assist in this regard. One of the challenges in terms of the comments on the variance, one senior manager who left the department has not been replaced pending the matching and placement. This is part of the finalization of the final structure. The performance indicator, still under compliance and responsive governance, percentage of officials with disabilities in the organizational post. This is also new. We have achieved 2%. Number of research projects undertaken, which is also new, will only be done in Q4. Number of departmental programs and program evaluations undertaken, which is new, would also be seen in Q4. Number of diversity management programs undertaken, which is new, in a sense of the merger, Honorable Speaker. Here we have not yet achieved. Number of communication strategies implemented, which is new. We are reporting that. This is in progress and it will be reported in Q4. The new strategy for the SEC is being developed in this regard. Program 2, Honorable Speaker, is the increased economic contribution of the sports, arts and culture sector to address poverty, unemployment and equality. Number of structures supported. The annual target was 16, and we are still working on that. Number of practitioners capacitated. The annual target was 640, and we have achieved 248 so far. The overachievement was a result of an interest shown by the stakeholders. The department was able to accommodate the extra participants within the limits of the budget and other requirements. Number of marketing opportunities provided. We had targeted 6, and in Q2 we achieved 1 because of the postponement of the choral competition as indicated. Number of entities funded. The annual target was 37, achieved is 13. Funding to the outstanding entities will be finalized in Q3. Honorable Speaker, I will quickly just go to looking at my time. Okay. Increased participation of communities to develop a creative, active, healthy, and winning province. Number of libraries established per year. We had a targeted 2, and none have been completed. Number of existing facilities upgraded to public libraries. Our annual target is 2, and we are yet to achieve. Number of records management training courses conducted. The annual target was 30, and what we have achieved in Q2 is 10. Honorable Speaker, perhaps I'll just go to my concluding remarks, hoping that honorable members will receive the actual document itself and the numeric part or aspect of it. From Program 1 in administration, the filling of vacancies of posts is critical for the improvement of performance in Program 1 and the department as a whole. Program 2, cultural affairs, the performance of the program was affected by the differing policies, a policy imperative within the department as a result of the merger. This impacted the transfers that had to take place. The policy is now in place and rationalized, and the transfers are now being streamlined. Library and archives, the filling of the posts, critical posts within the Program 3, including the Chief Director and Director for Library Services, forms part of the submission awaiting approval. The performance in this program has also been affected by the policy imperative affecting transfers, which have now been rationalized. Lastly, Program 4, sports and recreation. The shortfall in achieving the targets in this program is primarily due to the non-filling of various categories of planned contract worker posts. The advert has already been placed to fill the balance of the vacant budgeted post. That said, Honorable Speaker, I would like to indicate to honorable members that we look forward to your engagements as you receive the actual document itself. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, MEC Mapena, for the report on behalf of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture in terms of Rule 1131. Sizodlulela manje kwi-debate elandelayo, which also is a debate in response to the tabling of a report by the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs on the department's performance against the annual performance plan in line with Standing Rules 113. If at any given time, the time that we're supposed to be, which is 12:30, Chief Whip, if we haven't finished the debate at that particular time, I will request the House to still adjourn at 12:30 as we announced at the beginning. Now, allow me to call upon the Honorable J.S. Numalo on behalf of the ANC for 7 minutes to start the debate on that report.
Zwide Galanga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of the Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, ladies and gentlemen, and our invited guest at the gallery. Greetings to all of you, Sanbonani. We extend our revolutionary greetings to all of you on behalf of the African National Congress that we represent in this august house. Honorable Speaker, today we rise to contribute towards Q1 performance of 2022-2023 of the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs under Honorable MEC Siboniso Duma Umthombe, as tabled in this House. Perhaps given the subject at hand, it is important to mention that the African National Congress, when it celebrated its 100 years anniversary in 2012, highlighted the following, I quote, "The pathway of economic transformation necessitates an energized, coherent, and effective approach by all South Africans working together in partnership in order to free our people of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We will therefore need a major upscaling of our efforts towards economic emancipation consistent with our vision of a better life for all. Of importance for the movement is that our founding led to a structural shift in the domestic political landscape, and we have a clear opportunity to consolidate and put economic emancipation at the center of development, close quote. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, the content of the National Democratic Revolution is advanced by the ANC and its alliance partners is about the liberation of the Black people in general, with a particular reference to Africans from the socio-economic bondage arising from many years of apartheid and colonialism of a special type. Hence, political freedom is not an end on its own, but rather a phase of struggle for a total liberation of the South African people. In other words, Honorable Speaker, our democratic breakthrough of 1994 will remain meaningless, not unless we are able to translate political freedom into economic freedom to benefit the majority of our people as opposed to the few minority. ATR remains a strategic department that plays a critical role in the economic growth of our province of KwaZulu-Natal, creation of job opportunities and making the environment to be conducive for business. While challenges remain, which has been compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic, the July social unrest of 2021, and flood disasters in April this year, a lot has been done by the African National Congress-led government. Some of the good stories that we can mention about ATIA include the following. Program 1, achieving 7 indicators out of 10 as it was planned. 2, stakeholder engagement strategy to ensure the implementation of the district development model. And 3, 40% of the females have been recruited at senior management level against the 46% target, which contribute to the creation of a non-racial, non-sexist society as part of the strategic objective of the National Democratic Revolution, the NDR. The department plans to set aside certain posts for the recruitment of people living with disabilities. Program 2, Integrated Economic Development Services, continues as planned. Economic growth and job creation initiative that prioritize the historically disadvantaged individuals and groups through enterprise development, economic empowerment, and regional and local economic development have been strengthened. 100% performance was achieved in Program 2, and 480 small enterprises were targeted for support, but eventually 1,105 were assisted, which doubled the desired target. Honorable Speaker, Operation Vula Fund post-disbursement support had been impacted on the increased number of small businesses that benefited from government. And Program 3, the strategic focus of the program is to increase the manufacturing capabilities of the province of KwaZulu-Natal and to support our industries to remain globally competitive and sustainable. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, is that 70% of the planned target was achieved on Program 3. And as the African National Congress, we salute everyone who contributed towards ensuring that despite the challenges, the struggle to translate political economic freedom into social economic freedom through the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs continues. Hence, we must consolidate our victories scored while quickening the tempo to address the remaining challenges. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
The next speaker on behalf of IFP for 5 minutes is the Honorable P. Govender.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the Leader of the Official Opposition in KwaZulu-Natal, the Honorable B.F. Slabisa. Honorable MECs and Honorable Members, I greet you on behalf of the Official Opposition in KwaZulu-Natal, and I'm looking directly at the Honorable De Boer. Today, Honorable Speaker, we debate the performance of one of the most important departments in this province, whilst we are under a cloud of economic uncertainty. In this debate, I believe that we must be honest and give constructive criticism in order to free our people from the ever-increasing social ills brought about by unemployment, poverty, and inequality. As the Inkatha Freedom Party, we have always said that we will support this government when it does good, but we will not hold back on offering constructive criticism and holding this government to account. The former MEC in this department said in his report, and I quote, "The work of the department is at the coalface of our most fundamental challenges, namely economic growth, job creation, and economic transformation. But it cannot succeed in isolation. A thriving economy is dependent on an effective collective effort on different fronts," unquote. While this is absolutely true, Madam Speaker, let us look at those non-negotiables, namely economic growth, job creation, and economic transformation. Economic growth in this province and in this country has stagnated. Job creation is a distant dream, and economic transformation is not reaching the people who need it the most. This ANC-led government must take full responsibility for these failures. With regard to job creation, don't fool our people by quoting EPWP short-term job numbers, because people cannot plan their lives on short-term basis against a background of economic uncertainty and policy failures. Whenever we talk about performance, I have noticed that it has become convenient to justify underperformance by blaming the impact of COVID-19 in achieving objectives. Then there is a self-inflicted 2021 July civil unrest, and in recent times, the April floods. I am not blind to the fact that all these events have had a negative impact on economic growth, but a progressive and creative government should be able to respond swiftly and effectively in order to mitigate such events and relieve the plight of our people and create confidence on the global economic stage. Madam Speaker, underperformance in this department is nothing new. It predates back to when former Premier Sishla Zikalala was the MEC and even beyond that. And I'm reminded of a former MEC who is still in court facing charges. The Ezemvelo wildlife entity was marked by a series of scandals and controversies involving dubious political appointments of board members, forensic audits, funding cutbacks, and a leadership vacuum in some of the most important managerial positions. The situation deteriorated to such an extent that it has now become common knowledge that the once lauded and successful wildlife entity across the continent is now nothing but a shadow of its former self. I hope that the new board will be able to turn things around, but this is highly doubtful when one looks at the capacity and qualifications of some of the new board members. Recently, I was informed about a fence at the Shuslui Ampholozi Game Reserve that was damaged. Instead of officials at Ezemvelo repairing the fence, they decided to shoot the lions that were roaming outside of the game reserve. I was told that Ezemvelo does not have funds to repair the fence, yet it could have captured those lions and sold them to private game reserves locally and internationally, thus raising the funds necessary to repair the fence. I personally do not think that killing lions or other wild animals will provide a lasting solution to the problem that requires logical thinking. Madam Speaker, in Program 1, I find that the department was unable to meet its target regarding the employment of females at SMS level. It had set itself a target of 46%, but only achieved 40% against a national target of 50%. Also, the target for employment of persons with disabilities was underachieved. The department set itself a target of 1.7%, but only achieved 1.2% against a national target of 2%. There is no point in talking about empowering women and people with disabilities, but not doing what is required to meet the set targets.
Time is up, honourable member.
I will be back later. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask Honourable De Boer for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honourable members. Nice to see some people in the gallery. Seeing that half of the ANC benches are not here today. Honourable Speaker, we want to start off by clearing up a very serious misconception about this, who's the official opposition within the legislature. The IFP might be the official opposition, but the DA remains the effective opposition. And it's for that very reason that the IFP comes here today and speaks about lions that have escaped.
Take your seat. Sure. Honourable Taluza.
Thank you, Chair. I rise on Rule 57(1)A on a point of order. The honourable member is grossly out of order, unless he is telling this House that he is undermining the virtual platform that members of the ANC are at. But he is really out of order and must withdraw. The benches of the ANC are all here, including those that are on the virtual platform. They must be protected. Thank you, Chair.
Point of order sustained. Honourable member, can withdraw? Honourable member, can withdraw?
There we go. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I withdraw, just as the ANC has withdrawn to the virtual platform.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Speaker, it's strange that the IFP would come here and speak about lions. They didn't say anything about the elephants that were also shot by Ezemvelo. That's a strange thing. But I'll waste my time on this. Honourable Speaker, the MEC is to, while the MEC is to be applauded for his flurry of activity at functions, visits and fully catered events, scant regard has been given to the 196 rhino that have been poached in KZN under the watch of Ezemvelo KZN Wildlife, which is another entity that is failing within this province. We must debate the state of our entities. We must firstly reflect on the very nature of ETIA. It's an amorphous mass of departments. It's like Hollywood, we have acting CEOs, and ETIA seems to stand out as a cumbersome vehicle trying to negotiate the narrow road of the economy. Yet ETIA should rather be the beacon of hope in what is the tide of economic insecurity, poverty, and joblessness in KZN. In interrogating the previous year's reports, APPs, and even Q1 reports of the new financial year, it is clear our entities are failing the province. I make this full assertion in the full knowledge that our economy is under severe strain. Daily we hear of job losses, a total loss of investor confidence in the province, and now a sewage crisis that has driven away more than 80% of our tourists. That's the ANC's fault. We hear stories of a province that is on its knees. People are unemployed, frustrated, and angry. Tourism is marred by pollution, and our natural resources are plundered. Mr. Speaker, our entities have failed us. There's no good news stories to tell about infrastructure. There's no good news stories to tell about tourism. Tourism KZN remains a Facebook entity and throwing events where the MEC can speak about politics. This entity is largely failing the visitors to our province and attracts no significant visitors to KwaZulu-Natal. In highlighting the entities, one cannot forget the KZN Sharks Board, where a once world-class research facility has been cloaked in scandal, ranging from fake training certificates being handed to students and the recent debacle where the new CEO reported for work and was chased away by board members and the current acting CEO. Is this the good story that the ANC would have us believe? Some in this House may soon describe my assessment of the situation as grandstanding. Let me therefore fortify my assertions with these facts. 93 critical vacancies within ETIA leaves the department hamstrung. It cannot do its critical work. Going into the new financial year, Q1 showed an under-expenditure and has been an under-expenditure in most of the entities for the financial year before that. Even if the entities were to get their budget spent, they face a litany of challenges to get KwaZulu-Natal working again. High food prices, something the DA has been driving consistently. Energy and load shedding, another failure of the ANC, which has allowed Eskom to degenerate into a substandard entity in itself. Security concerns, visitors are being killed outside our national parks. Investor confidence has completely gone down the drain, like the rest of the sewage in KwaZulu-Natal and the eThekwini municipality. Poor infrastructure and reputational damage. I've yet to see our entities accurately describe the work they have done to help KZN recover. There was 15,120 Sastria claims valued at 36 billion rand. How Itsala plans to rebuild its Madadeni or Isitebe facilities remains a mystery. To be fair, we do owe the ANC factions, particularly the Taliban faction, and Mr. Jacob Zuma a debt of gratitude. The violence was a real riot. The scrap metal companies...
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next member...
I'll be back.
...from EFF has apologized. The next member is from the ANC, Honourable T. S. Mchali, for 7 minutes.
Shabanga.
Sure. Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Premier, the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, the Chief Whip, and all the honorable members who are here, please receive my greetings. In the African National Congress, we normally refer to the October month as the month of O.R. Tambo, one of the greatest leaders to have ever led the African National Congress. In one of his speeches, this is what he said, and I quote, "The fight for freedom must go on until it is won, until our country is free and happy and peaceful as part of the community of men, we can then rest. We shall continue this fight for our people until we have liberated them, even economically."
Honorable members, it is evident that we are still operating under business unusual. In the first quarter of 2022, the province of KwaZulu-Natal was hit by a severe flooding that affected our province. Not forgetting that we were still dealing with the unrest of 2021 July, as well as the impact of COVID-19. However, the quest towards establishing the foundation of long-term economic development and poverty alleviation still rests upon us. Based on Q1's annual performance plan, SMVelo KwaZulu-Natal Wildlife has made some significant strides, as the department successfully achieved 90% of its overall performance. And as a contributor of KwaZulu-Natal GDP growth, it is imperative for the entity to continually accelerate the implementation of the various programs while adopting an adaptive approach. From the programs such as the commercialization strategy and policy, SMVelo has to hit the ground running in concretizing the strategy and developing an effective marketing plan as the commercial service contribute to the generating of income for the entity through both the night visits as well as the occupation of accommodation. SMVelo as well is well positioned to improve generating more income by ensuring that SMVelo services are commercially available, as there has been significant improvement in resource allocation. Furthermore, the establishment of committees, a committee that has been proven to be flexible and practical avenue of providing support to SMVelo, and has contributed to strengthening the institution while also ensuring mid-course corrections which can be made during their tenure. Honorable members, while noting the significant progress that has been achieved, it is evident that pitfalls can still be improved and overcome, for we still note that there are challenges that still require an attention of the department as well as the MEC. The spending on the maintenance projects in the year Q1 was slightly lower than that which was spent during the same period in 2021-2022. SMVelo needs to finalize the infrastructure maintenance plan and ensure that the acceleration of its implementation include the community as well, so that it includes the participation of the community. Therefore, it allows them to participate within the economy, but also to ensure that they form part of the stakeholders. The entity still needs to address capacity constraints by filling in of approved vacancies. Furthermore, an inventory management system for protected areas is required. While we see protected areas as key to addressing biodiversity loss, they should not overlooked in economic development plans and recovery strategies, which involve land development at an expense of biodiversity conservation. Robust awareness should be created and should be done to address this. It is on this basis that as an African National Congress, we shall continue as the ANC government at all times to ensure that at the forefront of the efforts of adopting new impact approaches is to ensure that in the medium to long term, we are able to respond to challenges of inequalities, poverty, and unemployment. In improving KwaZulu-Natal's economy by creating economic spin-offs where our communities are able to benefit. We need to work towards integrated communities in the value chain, to integrate our communities in the value chain of natural resources beneficiation and building solid capacity for the KZN economic growth. Owing to this fundamental importance of natural resources, they must be managed and be sustainable. The ANC government plays an essential role in putting into place policies that ensure that resources contribute to the long-term economic development of KZN and not only short-term revenue. As I conclude, Honorable Deputy Chair, allow me to quote what former President on his inaugural speech, former President Thabo Mbeki said, which keeps us going as we deal with these challenges of our society. And I quote, "Our nights cannot but be nightmares while millions of our people live in conditions of degrading poverty." It goes on to say, "No night can come easily when millions have no jobs and some are forced to beg, rob, and murder to ensure that they and their own do not perish from hunger." This being said, therefore, the ANC-led government, we commit to our people that our night shall continue to be night of nightmares for as long as our people are still subjected to poverty, inequality, unemployment. We will fight with them as we continue to fight to ensure that they are liberated, even economically, because our fight was not just a political freedom, but indeed we continue to pursue the fight for economic freedom, so that in the end, the promises and the commitment that we made for a better life for all is indeed achieved. For we walk with you, though we understand that our saying, tomorrow shall be better than today, for we continue to fight for a liberation of economic freedom in our lifetime.
Thank you so much, Honorable Charlie. The next member from the National Freedom Party is Honorable Shenga for 2 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, honorable members, our guests, I rise to support and welcome the report. Indeed, the province has suffered overwhelming challenges in the first quarter amid July unrest and devastating floods. We are pleased to know that the department achieved 93% of the overall performance. However, we are concerned about the low business confidence in the province, as the South African business has been fixed in the low 40s since the mid-2021 due to threat of shocks ranging from massive electricity shortages to the July unrest and flood. The NFP strongly recommend that the department must position attention and its resources on reinforcing the efforts to advance economic growth and job creation initiatives. This will aid to attract more investors and alternatively boost the KZN business confidence. The report highlights how well the department's program 7, the environmental management, was able to achieve 100% of its annual spending. However, failing to highlight that this program's annual budget spending is lower than the 25% benchmark for the first quarter, subsequently not in line with the rules. For transparency on this low spending in economic classification, the expenditure against compensation of employees was 23% of the annual budget, which is lower than the 25% benchmark, and as a result, to this low spending was due to various critical unfilled positions within the environmental affairs. The expenditure against goods and services is disappointing figure of 4% of the annual budget allocation. This is very low compared to 25% benchmark. To be precise, it is 84% lower than the benchmark. Spending against capital assets was also very low at 13%.
Time is off, honorable member.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker from the Minority Front is Honorable S. Takuri Rashpans on visual.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. This report shows how pet subject planning and economic development only enriches a minority elite, whilst the majority are kept completely out of the middle class reach. Honourable Premier and the new MEC, Honourable Duma, must ensure that economic programs adopted by KZN does not hurt the sentiments of diverse groups. From a religious and cultural perspective, we all can contribute to economic development. In fact, the indentured Indian community had saved the then Natal from economic collapse. Dangerous policy decisions will have a negative impact on the demographics of this province in the long term. The MS plea is that there must be no hurried adoption of plans for economic recovery in order to achieve economic targets. Missed targets for the quarter is not new. It will recur as long as we have short-sighted planners. The Conservation Program 7 is collapsing with pollution growing, all terrible for tourism. Honorable Duma has his work cut out, but rigorous consultation of all parties and honorable MPLs working in various constituencies is the only way to take up opportunities that exist but are not being discovered. Yesterday, I met entrepreneurs and heard of missed opportunities that bode well for employment through the Duba Trade Port, the Midlands agricultural sector, and missed opportunities are our only solution. And yet our political leaders do not engage to listen and follow through. Honorable Speaker, KZN has the NDP and the SDG goals to achieve. This requires commitment through honesty, trust building, and hard work. Let's work together to leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next member from the AGM, Honourable M.A. Pagachi, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The AGM welcomes this report. We are motivated to note that this department has achieved 93% overall. To us, this department is a cornerstone of the economic growth in this province. Its success and failures will always impact to KZN community, and we must always do proper oversight over this department. Honorable Chairperson, kumele sikhulume lokhu ku-MEC we-Economic Development. Sikhumbuze ukuthi kuse nenkinga eSouth Africa yokuthi njengoba su-54 million umnotho usahleli kubantu abawu-4 million, and labo bantu abantu ongathi bona konke kwabahambela kahle ekuphileni kwabo. Abantu bakithi basacindezelekile namanje somlomo becindezelwa ukuthi umnotho awukho esandleni sabo, umhlaba awukho esandleni sabo. MEC Honorable Mthombeni, sikubhekile ukuthi lokhu uzokushintsha kanjani, ngoba kubalekile ukuthi kushintshwe. Asikwazi ukuthi sithi sinenkululeko kodwa umnotho usahleli kwabathize abasinyathela abasicindezele abamhlophe. Yabonga.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next member from African National Congress, Honourable N. Spidler, for 7 minutes on visual. Honourable Spidler. Honourable Spidler, for 5 minutes. For 7 minutes. Sorry.
Yangihlela mageba. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, and good morning to the guest of the Speaker. Honourable Chairperson, it is truly an honour to be asked to debate during the month of October. The month of October is a very important month in the ANC calendar because it is when we celebrate the birth of our hero, President Josiah Changane Gumede. We also celebrate President Oliver Reginald Tambo and Mzala Mumalo and many unsung heroes and heroines who were born and passed on in this month. Honourable Chairperson, without their contributions, sacrifices and courage, we will not be enjoying the freedoms we have today. Angisakhulumi ke ukukhuluma ngaphakathi kwalendlu yesishayamthetho. Honourable Speaker, if Changane was still alive, we would have celebrated his 155th birthday 11 days back. Changane was the 4th president of the African National Congress, and his remarkable contributions to the liberation struggle lasted more than 5 decades, during which he distinguished himself as an outspoken champion of the oppressed and exploited working people of South Africa. He's one of the rare breed of early ANC leaders who fully understood that the success of the national liberation struggle depended on their movement's full commitment to the cause of freedom, which places the interest of the broad masses of the poorest of the poor in our country at the core of its program of action. Josiah, the journalist, Honorable Chairperson, was full of wit, persuasive on debates and articulate. We are told as younger generations that when he was accused of organizing the Durban beer boycott by the brutal colonial apartheid government, he responded, and I quote, "I'm not in support of a dry, thirsty Zulu race." I hope you get the point, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. That's how witty he was. You only get such responses, Honorable Chairperson, from a leader or a revolutionary that is shaped by life experiences, not public debates and open information. Honorable Chairperson, the APPs of the departments that we are debating today are a service delivery tool of government designed to aid governing party to achieve the goals of the National Democratic Revolution. They are more than just a mere compliance tool for oversight bodies. They are an important tool to change the living conditions of our people. Honorable MEC Mtombeni, we are happy as members of the African National Congress to identify with the priorities contained in the department's APP. These priorities are what the people of KwaZulu-Natal voted for in the 2019 elections, as contained in the ANC election manifesto. We are even more happy, Honorable MEC, that the department has achieved all its set targets, especially on Program 4 and 6, which are my focus for today's debate. Mhlonishwa Chairperson, subonile umnyango uphuma ungena kuzo zonke izifunda zakithi ulekelela abantu ngokubaqeqesha ngolwazi lwamalungelo abathengi ngofakazi njengoba lapha eMzinyathi ngaphansi kwamasipala waseMsinga endaweni yenkosi uMchuno saba nalo lomhlelo sawubiza umnyango weza wazofundisa omama nentsha bangagcina nje ngokubafundisa baphinde babalekelela nangezinsiza kusebenza. Abaphelelanga lapho umnyango siphinde sahamba nawo saye kumasipala waseMvoti nalapho saphinda sasabalalisa lolu hlelo kubantu basendaweni yaseKranskop. Akusethusi ke ukubona ukuthi umnyango ngaphansi kwalolu hlelo has achieved more than their set targets. Siyawubonga kakhulu umsebenzi umnyango wenzayo ukuxhasa umasipala ikakhulukazi kulo hlelo lokulekelela phecelezi kwi-informal economy. The increase in the demand for technical support is an indication that our people are heeding the call by the MEC. Bafuna ukuba ingxenye yokwakhiwa kabusha komnotho, nto leyo Baba uJosiah Gumede ayilwela kwaze kwaba zinsuku zakhe zokugcina. Baba Josiah Gumede was biased towards the less fortunate, the poor and the working class Mthombeni. Yingakho siqhakambisa lo hlelo namuhla. Siyayincoma ke kakhulu yonke imisebenzi emihle yenziwa ngumnyango ngaphansi ka Program 6 ikakhulukazi uhlelo lokugunyazwa kabusha kwama tourist guides. Izibalo ezibekwa ngumnyango zisinikeza ithemba elikhulu ukuthi lo mkhakha kungekudala uzobuyela esimeni sawo njengoba izwe nemingcele isivuliwe emhlabeni jikelele. Somlomo sengikushilo konke lokho okuhle umbutho wesizwe is aware that we are faced with the most daunting economic times whose victims are not its creators. This period therefore does not warrant any political grandstanding, as some may be tempted to do so or have already done so, like Honorable De Boer. It is a period that requires men and women of courage, elected as legislators, to ensure that together we contribute towards helping our people to survive through this difficult time, in honor of King Dinizulu's advisor, Ubaba Josiah Changan, a revolutionary ahead of his time. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next member from from ACDP have apologized, but then we will take the next one from the DA, Honorable H.U. De Boer, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. True to my promise, I am back, unlike the former Premier who is not back at this podium as Premier. Honourable Speaker, the problem in South Africa is that we don't have an unemployment and inequality problem. We have an ANC problem. Because it is exactly this ANC government which has led us down the garden path for 28 years and led this economy into the decline that it is. May I be protected, please, Speaker?
Order.
I really thought...
Okay.
Yeah.
Just a moment. Is a point of order. Honourable Deputy, can you take your seat?
Honourable Chair, I rise on 57D. I want to check whether the member can assist the House as to where is Honourable Mngwangu.
Honourable Deputy. Order sustained.
May I continue?
You can continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I will help you, Honourable Member. The former Honourable Mngwangu has joined the ranks of other parasitic parties. You know, those parties that buzz around and make a lot of noise, steal other people's issues, and then come here to the legislature and speak about it like it's their own. Earlier on, we heard from the minority front who would now like to talk to us about the problems in conservation and environmental affairs. Yet that same honourable member has not attended any oversight. So how can they speak from a position of knowledge? We have an ANC problem within KwaZulu-Natal. We need to vote out the ANC if we're going to fix the economy. We can stand here and we can speak about ETIA entities.
Order, members, please.
We can speak about ETIA entities and their budgets for the next 4 years, for the next 10 years, or for the next 28 years, as it has been so far. And nothing will change until the people of South Africa and this province vote out the ANC and install an alternate government. The ANC is so obsessed with race-based politics and so obsessed with factions that they cannot see the suffering of the people on the ground. Can the ANC not see... Honourable Speaker. Can the ANC not see the suffering when we go out and do oversights? The people that 68% expanded unemployment rate. Where are those people eating? Can you not see the school children walking more than 10 kilometers to school every day without school shoes? A failure of the ANC again and again. This is economic development 101. If you don't set the foundational principles for economic development, you will never build anything. And this petty politicking that you are now engaging in as the ANC is proof of the matter. And the ANC history lesson that we got a few minutes ago from the Honourable Member is proof to the public of KwaZulu-Natal that you as the ANC are more interested in politics and your own stomachs than what you are about the people of this province. And if you want to stand on a point of order, you can stand on that. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker from the Inkatha Freedom Party is Honourable Speaker Venda for 5 minutes. Order. Order.
Thank you very much. I am back, Honourable Chairperson. In this department, Program 3 deals with trade and industry development. The strategic focus, I believe, should be on increasing the manufacturing capabilities of the province, which will thereby give more job opportunities to the people that are suffering without jobs. But how can we do this when we are faced with load shedding on an ongoing basis, unpredictable power outages, threats of water shortages, uncertainty in the labor sector, and protest action on a daily basis? It is very difficult to become globally competitive and attract foreign direct investments if we have this kind of scenario playing out on our streets. Program 4 deals with business support and intervention and has 3 sub-programs. The program has oversight over the KZN Liquor Authority, which needs to be more vigilant when issuing licenses to premises that are near schools and religious institutions. It is of great concern that this authority does not have sufficient inspectors to monitor compliance with liquor trading laws and the sale of alcohol to teenagers. Honourable Deputy Speaker, ours is a province with challenges of unemployment, poverty, crime, and inequality. Many people have tried to open small businesses without success, not because they don't have smart ideas, but simply because they don't have the necessary funding. I am aware that the department claims to have overachieved on its primary target of funding small businesses through the Operation Vula Fund. However, I would like to encourage the department to disperse information regarding funding opportunities more broadly in order to make it readily available to everyone, not just a selected few individuals in cities and large towns. People in the deep rural areas are in need of support and training as well as funding. In this regard, it was John F. Kennedy who said, and I quote, "Economic growth without social progress lets the great majority of people remain in poverty while a privileged few reap the benefits of rising abundance," unquote. Municipalities are in need of greater support in terms of their red tape that hinders the establishment of commercial enterprises. We often find that the long delays in finalizing EIAs and approving trading licenses lead to prospective investments taking their businesses to other provinces. Tourism development is tasked with planning, policy making, and development of tourism opportunities in line with the national imperatives. In the first quarter, the department reportedly obtained 100% performance in tourism development. And this must be applauded, since tourism is the largest and fastest growing industry in the world and is also a major contributor to economic growth and development. While KwaZulu-Natal offers multiple tourist attractions, it has become difficult for agencies to offer safety for travelers. This is largely because over the years, KZN has increasingly become a breeding ground for serious crime and violence. There is an urgent need for interdepartmental cooperation in this regard. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, may I take the opportunity to wish all Hindus who will be celebrating the festival of Deepavali on Monday next week a very blessed day. May the light that dispels darkness and removes ill will shine brightly in all our lives. I also urge that there will be care for animals and children if there is going to be the use of fireworks. Let there be cultural tolerance and acceptance from all our citizens without the racist and anti-Hindu sentiments that flare up during these festivities. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker from the African National Congress is Honourable Esther Lumshengu for 7 minutes. 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, members of the executive present, honourable members, very good afternoon. As the Portfolio Committee on Conservation and Environmental Affairs, we have one of the most unenviable challenging oversight tasks, that of finding the intangibles where they don't exist. It is easier to tell if the house or a road is well built and the consequences of good or bad construction. With environmental issues, we have to navigate things that we cannot touch and still be able to deduce what the potential impacts are and the extent of those impacts. This is the message we are driving with the department to say, move away from the numbers-based reporting to a more impact-based approach. Ultimately, we must, at the end, be confident that we live in a clean, safe, and sustainable environment. Honourable members, in terms of performance, it is important to mention that since my election as the chair of the committee, we have not had major performance challenges. The department has consistently delivered on the set targets from quarter to quarter. Quarter one of the 22-23 was no different. I wish to highlight the following issues, Chair. In terms of PGDP objectives, the department has continued to take our concerns on waste management more seriously through the quarterly monitoring and landfill sites for compliance. Chair, I'm being interrupted.
Represented.
The department has continued to take our concerns on waste management more seriously through the quarterly monitoring of landfill sites for compliance and providing ongoing support to waste minimization projects. As a portfolio committee, we are now more interested in the findings of the compliance monitoring exercises, which we believe should provide an indication on whether there is an improvement or regression in the management of landfill sites in the province. We know that our province faces a mammoth task in addressing waste management challenges in general, and more specifically, the capacity of municipalities in terms of skills, infrastructure, and of course, funding. Honorable Chair, the response and adaptation climate change are more important now than they have ever been before. Our province recently suffered severe damage from April flooding events. The department has played an important role in raising awareness about the forever changing weather patterns. Our concern as the committee is the delay in the finalization of the provincial climate change policy, strategy, which we believe should also be pursued alongside all green economy initiatives that may have already been implemented. We have noted the role of the department in environmental policy coordination and environmental planning as that of advisory nature to municipalities. And such municipalities remain at the center of protecting and managing environmental spaces in their jurisdiction. However, we want the department to be more proactive in ensuring that their recommendations on municipal plans are taken seriously. Hence, we have encouraged the department to comment on the extent of which relevant spheres of government mainstream environmental issues. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the truth of the matter is that we cannot afford to miss the green economy train as the province. And this calls for our government to be at the center of the movement. By the way of definition, green economy is growth in income and employment driven by public and private investments that reduce carbon emissions and pollution, enhance energy and resource efficiency, and prevent the loss of biodiversity and ecosystem services. The department's Green Economy report should give us an indication of the government's response to the concept. However, we may not be making sufficient progress in this regard, as we want the department to really delve into the space beyond the production of an annual Green Economy report, but tangible influence on government policy direction. Honorable Chair, compliance and enforcement remains one of the areas of interest. While we are satisfied with the level of reporting on compliance and enforcement inspections conducted and notices issued, our concern is that in this day and age, this approach may not necessarily be sustainable. In many commercial centers throughout the province, lawlessness and sheer disregard of bylaws by both formal and informal traders renders the efforts of a clean and business-friendly environment a distant stream. Used oil from motor vehicles is disposed in stormwater drainages, while others are making fires in every corner they can get. These are defects our colleagues at the local government sphere need to attend to, especially as we are confronting excessive heat and fast approaching the rainy seasons. We are happy that the department has also shifted to focusing on educating or raising awareness before enforcement. It is against this background that we now also want access to corrective and punitive measures recommended or implemented by the department. In the same vein, the issue of environmental impact assessments remains topical in our meetings, in the sense that we maintain a view that EIAs must not be obstructive. It is why, as the committee, we have on a quarterly basis requested the department to give us a breakdown of EIAs received and processed within legislated timeframes. As a result, on a quarterly basis, we know as the committee the value of EIAs processed and potential socio-economic value and impact of EIAs processed. We further encouraged by the department's firm action, especially to the commercial entities that are polluting our natural resources like rivers and other protected wood areas. The clamping down on illegal sand mining remains an area of interest as the committee, as this serves to protect the integrity of the land where critical infrastructure is built. Before I conclude, Honorable Chair, Honorable says Azemvelo is in the brink of collapse. I tend to disagree. The rebuilding process is fully in motion, and the highly qualified board members are in the driving seat to actually stabilize the organization. Honorable Governor, the entity and the department does have money for fencing. It's just that Impimpi Zako are not giving you an accurate information. Honorable De Boer, we don't have an ANC problem. We have a racism problem. Your party, the DA, is bleeding because it cannot keep black people. It can only maintain people of other races except black. Chair, I think we are currently experiencing challenges of greatest proportions, which is threatening to shut down the tourism sector and shed hundreds of jobs, especially within the industry. Ethekwini municipality in Maine is faced with the serious sanitation control measures. And
thank you,
as the portfolio committee.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
From the last speaker, the response to a debate by the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Honorable S.A. Duma Chombeni for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for affording us this opportunity. Greetings to your good self and the Honorable Speaker and the entire Honorable members. I'm sure if we had more time, we're going to amplify some of the points. But at this point in time, it's clear that the debate has been characterized by robust candidness, although there were some myths that we must just demystify immediately when we are starting this debate. I think we must just thank all the honorable members, because when it comes to the portfolio committee, there is that collegiality that just welcomed us in a warmly way. Today, I think you are aware as well, Honorable Speaker, that they must perform for the gallery as well. So I think there are matters. Honorable Ngumalo, thank you so much, Chair, for highlighting the ideological component of South Africa as a country and of what must be done at the level of economic outlook. I'm sure you were able to invent the strategic posture of what must be done by ATA, and we are just taking as that. And the Honorable Chair, Honorable Environment, Honorable Shane was also landed on a positive attribute of outlining the realities, because we just want to start from there. There was a chronological input from both Honorable Speaker, Sapeta, outlining what has been done in terms of training, in terms of skills. Honorable Mtali is advancing what ought to be done by the department at the level of advancing the new participant. The issue of ensuring those who are Africans in particular must be embraced and must participate at a larger scale and the volume. I'm glad Honorable Vashpan was able to highlight who are the real beneficiaries of this economy, the minorities. And she was able to articulate the issue of capitalism-driven system. Honorable Shinga just also highlighted some of the few errands that must be done by the department. I thought I should just start there, Makeba, for obvious reason. Honorable Pagati is able to also encapsulate the theorem that as we speak, we don't have the economy. So that is why when we demystify the myth that has been tabulated by Honorable Tapu and Honorable Governor, I will highlight at this point in time, Honorable Makeba, it's clinical that no amount of lies will make and prevail in the process of South African context and in the process of KwaZulu-Natal. Economy, we are all aware of what is happening. In fact, let me start from the positive. Tota is going to invest 4 billion, but in the interim, Tota has just given a mandate. Sort Umlazi BEM, Sort Umlazi Canal. Transport at Tegwin and ETA have a team that is centralized, that is working on a weekly basis just to sort those. Money is there. The contractor has been laid on site. So that 4 billion is coming in the country. I'm sure we know the story of Sapisaiko. Honorable President, His Excellency Matamela came and opened Hesh and also opened Sapisaiko, which also invested 7 billion, the new money that is coming in the country. I'm sure you are quite also aware of what has been happening. There's a blended company that has been launched and the Dubai trade port. So there are we are buzzing of new activities. It's just that when we talk about these targets, we don't want to be myopic by highlighting some small thing. We want the real tangible things that must be advanced by our people, which is why we are emphatic on the issue of COVID-19, which affected the global village, not South Africa as a country, not KwaZulu-Natal, but the entire village. I'm sure you are aware as well in 2008, the issue of mortgage, that depression that landed us. Currently, you've got the Russia and Ukraine war. So the issue of energy crisis will permeate almost even on the superpowers. So it's a myth that South Africa is not able to control energy. It's a myth that ANC is the problematic state in the process. The problem, even go to even countries like America, Republicans and Democrats are not the one that controls what is going to be done in terms of the economy. Only those who are unscrupulous, who are advancing an anomal agenda, will just say one organization called ANC, which took power in 94 after 364 years of oppression. Then you think that in 29 years, everything will just be changed. The significant minority of the economy is controlled by families and individuals. We are still at that process. I thought Honorable Governor, you are aware how is the stratum of the economy is structured. Because if you thought that the ANC as the ruling party can just solve, then I think maybe we must just go back on the issue of economic 101. What is economy? How is it structured? The issue of supply demand is a theorem. The issue of value chain participation of our people, it's something that will require a time. But thank you so much, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable MSc. Thank you so much. We have come to an end of our today's debate on economic development, tourism, and environmental affairs. All members, we will break for now, noting that we're supposed to get AG to present his report today. We will allow you 5 minutes break, and thereafter we'll come back. Honorable members.
We have a racism problem.
Oh, okay, we'll remain here. Sorry for that. AG will come in right now and report and give us a report.
Yeah, we have a racism problem.
We have an ANC problem.
Yeah, Mwango left because he can't speak.
Yeah, he left because of you.
Must be spoken to by
Left is tired of you. Madam Speaker.
I only have seconds.
It's on the 10.
Anyway.
Zuma, Zuma, waiting, Zuma. Zuma, Zuma.
What's going on here?
He's waiting for us, guys.
He
said 5 minutes. Oh, we starting when are we leaving?
I only said 5 minutes. Puma. ANC Puma.
You guys are terrible. Terrible at singing.
What are we doing now? We're singing.
you don't disturb the House. We will then request that the Honorable Auditor General, the Madam Auditor General, Madam Tsakane Maluleka, then takes us through on the briefing on the finalization of the PFMA cycle. Over to you, Madam AG.
Thank you very much. A warm greeting to yourselves, starting with the Honourable Speaker, the Honourable members of the Provincial Legislature, and I'm not sure if the Premier is around, but if she is, I'd like to greet her and the MECs that are there, DGs, HODs, and my colleagues from the Office of the AGSA, the members of Team AGSA, whom you've already acknowledged. A warm greeting to all of you. I'm delighted that I'm able to share the outcomes of the provincial audits for the year that ended March 2022. Although I can't be with you in person, I'm glad that you were able to allow for me to do so virtually. The outcomes have already been shared in a fair level of detail with a number of the honourable members and certainly with the executive. So mine is not to rehash what has been shared, but just to indicate to the provincial legislature the nature of the outcomes and to highlight a few specific points. I do have a set of slides which I'm sure will make their way, and I'm now on the slide that deals with the mission and vision of the institution. It's an important slide because it grounds exactly what we do. Our mission and vision has not changed since the days of Terence Nombembe, Kimi Makwetu, and now the office that I lead as the Auditor General. We are clear that our mission and vision remain ever relevant in terms of the mandate that we have been given in terms of the Constitution. What we have done, though, is craft a new strategy which allows us to respond to the current environment as it is, and to really use still our independent audit insights to influence the choices that those that run government can make, and also to use our powers of enforcement to still set about influencing choices, influencing behavior, and influencing the type of decisions that are made by those that run government. And we do this because we accept that actually all of us want the same things. We all want, as whether we are citizens, whether we are charged with running government or overseeing government, we all want the same things. We want public institutions that are strong, that are able to deliver on their mandate, and that can be relied upon to be responsive to the growing needs, wants of citizens, and to be responsible in executing their plans. We've crafted our messages using the accountability ecosystem, which is now on the slides. It really is an acceptance that every public institution, whether it's a municipality, a department, an entity at provincial level or national government level, every single public institution really operates within an ecosystem that is designed to drive accountability, starting with the role that the officials play, the role that senior managers play, internal audit committee, as well as the executive authority. You'll also see that we then highlight the responsibilities that are attached to the provincial and national leadership around the executive leadership, then the coordinating departments, and then ultimately into the legislatures. We put this slide up everywhere we go because it resonates with every single conversation that we have. And we do that because it also helps our team recognize that we are one public sector auditor in the form of the Office of the AG, and we audit one government which operates across different spheres. It also recognizes that every single player in the ecosystem has a distinct role, but if we all play our part, and are effective in our roles, we really can drive accountability to become the norm. In this year, within the province, what we've noticed is that accounting officers and senior managers were instrumental in ensuring that they had audit action plans that made sense and that they implemented these plans on an ongoing basis. In particular, we saw this at the Office of the Premier, at the Department of Human Settlements, as well as the Department of Agriculture. SCOPA, which you must recognize, led by the chair, played their part in holding the accounting officers and the MECs accountable. They made sure that audit findings were understood, but also the resolutions that they made were quality resolutions, and those resolutions were significantly implemented through and tracked on an ongoing basis. We've seen the benefit of having regular engagements through the CFO forums, the PAG forum, and the COCTA forum, because it allows for swift resolution of technical matters and technical disputes. We must commend the Provincial Treasury for playing its part in ensuring that they did those pre-award assessments on procurement, because what that has done is diminish the instances of non-compliance, but also then reduce the level of irregular expenditure, especially insofar as the spending on flood relief was concerned. And now to the outcomes. Just a reminder that our outcomes deal with financial information, performance information, compliance, and we also comment on internal controls as well as information on how our material irregularities have been dealt with. Read together, all of these 5 areas give one a sense of the strength of the public institution that we're dealing with. They give one a sense of how public funds have been managed, how performance has been managed and monitored and reported on, but also whether or not compliance with the rules has been the norm. This year, it's important that we start by recognizing the immense strides that the province has made, with 13 clean audits for this year, comparing favorably from last year's 10, but significant improvement that must be noted from when this administration started its journey back in 2019, when there were only 5 clean audits. So a tremendous improvement, making up 57% of the auditees. We have no disclaimers, no adverse opinions, 2 qualified audits and 8 unqualified audit opinions. The clean audits, whilst they are many, we must highlight that they deal predominantly with the smaller auditees. But it's still an important achievement to recognize, to acknowledge, and then to build on. So whilst the clean audits really only account for about 10% of the provincial budget, because what you've got is you've got the Departments of Health, the Department of Education, as well as the Department of Transport, either sitting as unqualified or qualified. And they are the ones where the bigger budgets sit. The 13 being the smaller auditees also comprise the ones that lead by example. When you've got the Office of the Premier, the Legislature, the Provincial Treasury, COGSTA, all of those auditees that have tremendous responsibilities to lead by example, when you see them occupying the space in the clean audit zone, it does tell a good story about the province. It's certainly something to build on. We'd like to commend the province for putting in place effective oversight, for good governance, and for diligence by all role players in the accountability ecosystem. There's one message I'd like to land on insofar as the example of agriculture has proven, that when you've got stability at key management levels within a department, you do get the gains that should be there. Because then that accounting officer is able to set about creating a team, dealing with audit findings in a disciplined and consistent way, in strengthening the areas of weakness across the different parts of operations. And that's how agriculture was able to attain its clean audit. And we believe, based on our years of analysis of audit outcomes across the country, that if you are able to maintain some stability in those key management roles, you'll be able to build strength in the institutions of government. The type of strength that, yes, delivers clean audit outcomes, but importantly, the type of strength that delivers on the mandate of those institutions in a way that's sustainable, and the type of strength that does deliver on the aspirations and hopes of citizens. But more than anything, it's important that we acknowledge the significant gains made. A part of where the province ought to focus going forward is really around, which is dealing with the next slide, is around performance information. If you look at the outcomes of performance information, you'll see that what was presented to us for audit was often lacking in quality. After audit adjustments were made, you then were able to move from 6 good performance reports to 16 good performance reports, in that they are credible. What that tells us is that there is still some work to be done to build disciplines and strength in terms of planning for performance, monitoring it, and then tracking it on an ongoing basis. What we have seen is that if there's adequate attention to ensuring that at the point that even the portfolio committees approve the annual performance plans of the different departments and entities, if at that point there is adequate attention to the quality of the indicators that are put there, the relevance of those indicators and targets insofar as what the mandate of that department or entity is, if there's adequate attention to that, you do get an annual performance plan that is geared towards better performance. And also, if there is adequate attention to credible performance information on a quarterly basis, which is confirmed by internal audit committee on an ongoing basis, you then can track performance. Things like even poor project management, you can pick it up quickly and deal with it before the end of the year, before you have this gap between what was promised to citizens and what ultimately is in the ground. So we would urge all players in the accountability ecosystem within the province to worry a lot more about performance information. It would appear that financial information is coming right. What we need to do is ensure that we worry a lot more about performance information, right from the time of planning in terms of quality indicators and indicators that really resonate with what that department is meant to do. If you're looking at the indicators for COGTA or Office of the Premier, you've got to have a fine line to see how those targets and those indicators will have an impact on service delivery, an impact on strengthening institutions, and then track the performance against those. One of the areas I would also want to highlight around performance information is in the areas of the departments of health and education, where they tend to struggle with compiling quality performance reports because they don't have the discipline of records management, of compiling all of their activities in a way that allows them to deliver on the responsibility of having credible performance information. Those disciplines of documenting the key things that happen at the point of delivering services, those are the ones we need to invest in. From what we've seen, part of the solutions to this growing liability on medical legal claims would be about sorting out the documentation of different decisions made at the point of treatment. Because you can imagine, if a patient walks into a clinic or into a hospital and gets a particular treatment and there's a particular diagnosis, years after the fact, when there's now a claim around possible negligence or possible harm to that patient, which of course we want to avoid. But once there is that sort of claim, it's easier to defend the claim if there are records available. It's also easier to settle quickly in a way that's fair and justifiable with that claimant if there are records available. If we don't have those records, those claims become even more difficult to manage. But certainly, this is now the new frontier for the province, dealing with performance planning, monitoring, and reporting. It can have a significant impact in terms of service delivery and the strength of institutions. On consequence management, irregular expenditure is still much too high. It tells us that compliance is still something we need to deal with, especially on procurement. We've given you the top 5 contributors. What the whole story tells us here is that we have some way to go towards building a culture where there is an observation of the prescripts, especially insofar as procurement is concerned. So there is still some way to be followed there. What we've done, we have used the insights we can gather in terms of our audits. We've also pushed ourselves in terms of giving you some insight on the type of irregularities and the possibilities of financial loss. That allows the accounting officers to act on those urgent matters so that they can minimize losses. And what we've seen is that through using our new instrument, which is these teeth and the powers, there has been responsiveness on the part of accounting officers. And that responsiveness is something we would want to acknowledge and to ask that it become the norm, whether it's internal audit findings, external audit findings, whether it's a normal audit finding or even a material irregularity. So we now move on to a call to action. And it's really just reiterating what I've said, which is to say, when we deal with matters of appointing people within government, it's going to be very important that the strength of administration capacity be maintained. So competence in terms of whom we appoint, stability in terms of who stays in those roles, because that gives them enough time to build the disciplines, the teams, the controls that make for sustainable audit outcomes and sustainable delivery. When you've now got a team in place at any institution within government, it's very important for those that supervise and oversee these entities to insist that there be preventative controls implemented that can prevent problems and then detect them when they arise, that there be regular reporting on how the environment is being improved over time, that there be consequences when things go wrong, and that there be adequate attention to building capability within public institutions. Madam Speaker, in compiling the audit outcomes and in finalizing the processes, there has been adequate engagement with all those that run government, from the administration into the executive. And through that work, we've been able to gather the type of support, but also the commitments that we believe, if they're implemented, will make for an even stronger set of outcomes going forward, but also importantly, an even better set of service delivery impact by the province and ultimately for the benefit of citizens. I'm not going to go through these commitments. I think they are adequately dealt with on the slide, but also they form part of the conversation between ourselves and the MECs, but also the conversation between the portfolio committees of the House and the relevant MECs and accounting officers. So, Madam Chair and the honourable members, I'd like to then complete my input by saying congratulations to the province and asking that as we journey in our democracy and there are changes at the level of the executive and at the level of oversight, what it teaches us is that we've got to be vigilant and disciplined in building strength and stability within public institutions. For that's how we're going to be able to sustain our democracy going forward. But thank you for the opportunity to address you, and I now hand back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Auditor General, Ms. Tsakane Maluleka. We will then quickly move to discussions. Honorable members, I will be taking hands that want to. I know I will connect, don't worry, you don't need that to put your hands up. Can we sort the enabling? Can we then, you don't have to connect your mic, Honorable Rogers, for you to raise your hand. You just need to raise your hand for now. I see Babunkosi. On my virtual platform, there is no one, and I do not want those who are going to be requesting an afterthought. The second one is Z Cele, TV, Xulu, Ubaba U.S. Governor, L Governor. In that order, and that is the first and the last round of hands.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Ours is not to raise questions, but is to comment on what the AG has presented. There is one thing that we are happy about, the consistency from the first AG when we were here around 2009.
Babunkosi, maybe if you can, we will grant you to take your seat because we can't hear you properly.
Oh, you can?
Yes.
Okay. No, Chairperson, I was indicating that we are quite impressed by the consistency that we have seen from Terence, Makwetu, and the current AG, the comments they are making and the work they are doing in that particular area of auditing the auditees. And would also want to indicate that the comments that were made by the AG herself are consistent with what the AG in our province is raising, more specifically this year. They raise a lot of new issues and whatever, which point to the future as to how AG is intending to improve in the area of auditing. That is the first thing. The second thing that we want to comment on is the pointing out, which has been very much strong by the AG provincially. Now the AG herself has done so around the issues of performance information, specifically on the areas of targets, setting of targets, as well as the indicators. We are going to be live to that as oversight structures for the legislature. So wanted just to give the assurance on that one. The last one is in the area of irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as the unauthorized expenditure. Those three terrible things. I would want to suggest to the office of the AG that it would be proper, because we have dealt with us as politicians who are doing oversight over government, we will appeal that regular engagements with the accounting officers and their teams be done. Because this thing of irregular expenditure, while we are noticing, as the AG herself is indicating, that there is a decline in our province, but it is not at the rate that is desired by us as oversight structures. Engaging them, the accounting officers and their teams, we think it is going to help us a lot as we are making noise and putting accountability measures. Then it will assist if they are clear in their minds. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. We move to Z. Kale.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the Auditor General and her team and honourable members. Chair, I think Honourable Nkosi has covered me in some of the aspects that he has raised. Mine is to just look at some of the comments that were made in the document that were given, in particular that raised sharply the relevant standards, indicators, as Honourable Nkosi spoke of, in particular on the APPs of the Department of Education and COGTA. We will certainly try and come closer into that and see how best we can do to improve on that. And as well, Chair, on the comments that are made where the Premier, the MEC of Finance and MEC of COGTA must, they are committing to play oversight, to continue to play oversight over municipalities. We are hoping the Section 132 hearings that we are conducting as COGTA will be able to assist us into coming closer into the finances of the municipalities and see how best they can be able to be assisted with the issues that are raised as well by the Auditor General on those municipalities. We are hoping that we will definitely see the improvements in the 2022-23 Auditor General's report, Chair. Thank you. And to congratulate all the departments that have done well and congratulate the provincial government. And we hope to see more improvements with the other departments. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Cele. Bapulu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, let me greet our auditor and the staff, honorable members. For me, not repeating what previous members that have spoken, for me, it just to firstly appreciate the report by our Auditor General and also appreciating the guidance that she has given to us, also an extra guidance on achieving more onto unqualified audits. I think we must always appreciate the guidance that has been given, whilst the recommendations are there and her comments, I think, are actually assisting us to do more on our work. We really appreciate, and then the improvement from our departments, and then we also still need more. But for me, what just to appreciate the recommendation and the guidance that has been given to us to achieve even more. Thank you.
Thank you, TV. Putless.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you to the AG for that very insightful presentation. And I must compliment those departments, especially agriculture, that has improved so much. Chair, I'm also very concerned about the irregular expenditure, and I think Honorable Nkosi captured it very nicely. And I know that the AG's report comes after the fact. The documents are not captured, and I'm seeing that, one of the reasons for the irregular expenditure is that there's a lack of supporting documents. Now, if you look at between 2018 and 2022, there's been a massive increase in irregular expenditure, and I know that the AG cannot assist us in terms of how we can prevent this from happening. But AG, maybe if you can give us some advice in terms of what can be done within departments, so that we can strengthen the audit function within departments, so that we don't end up in this situation where we're looking at 44.87 billion rand in irregular expenditure. Maybe some advice from you, AG. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Those were the only hands that we received. We then go back to you, AG, for the response.
Thank you very much for those questions from the honourable members. And let me start by acknowledging the recognition that has been afforded to our office in terms of the consistency and the work that we do, and the appreciation for the efforts of Team AGSA serving the province. They are sitting there with you, their leaders, so it's good that they hear it firsthand. In terms of the commitments that are being made by the honourable members, Honourable Nkosi, Honourable Cele, around the attention that the legislature will pay to the performance information, I really would want to find every way to support you in doing that work. And please, feel free to rely on our teams to provide you with insight at the relevant time, so that when you make decisions, you can incorporate input from the audit office at the right time. And that will deal in some part with the type of comment that Honourable Governor makes, which recognizes that irregular expenditure is incurred and then we come after the fact. And what are the things we could do proactively to find a way to minimize it? The first thing would be, I think, to get the accounting officer to share with the relevant portfolio committee their audit action plan in terms of how they are going to address the matters that were identified by the Auditor General on compliance matters, and to subject that audit action plan to a review by the internal auditors as well as the audit committee, so that when that accounting officer comes, both them and the audit committee, accompanied by the internal auditors, can arrive and confirm three things. One is the audit action plan dealing with the root causes to these problems for compliance. Two is that audit action plan being implemented with the relevant discipline and rigor on an ongoing basis. And three, is that plan reasonable in that is it likely to be implemented in the time that's available? Because if you have that confirmation, not just from the accounting officer, but you've now got assurance from internal audit and audit committee, you as the honourable member can have some comfort that the responsiveness you expect from that accounting officer is in place. And yours is to just get ongoing confirmation that things are running in terms of the improvement. Our view, Honourable Governor, is that we don't expect perfection, but we do expect responsiveness. When there are findings from internal audit or external audit, the accounting officer must respond by driving the improvements. And these improvements, some of them do take time. But what we've got to insist on is that there is consistent attention to the improvement plan and a quality improvement plan. I do hope my inputs are helpful to the members of the legislature, and they do help all of you as the honourable members charged with oversight to do this work even more effectively. No doubt some of the MECs that are present as well as the Premier are listening carefully for what their role in it would be. And I would suggest that it is pretty similar in terms of ongoing confirmation, using the assurance providers that are already in place, that things are of a good quality in terms of the plan, that it is a plan that's being implemented, and that it has every likelihood to deal with the matters at hand. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment this far.
Thank you very much, AG. Sibingelele kuwe, Madam Premier. That was the only set of hands that we acknowledged, and we truly appreciate the briefing from the Auditor General. And obviously, it always enriches us to do our work and ensure that we play the role that we are supposed to play as public servants and public representatives, and those that are in charge of ensuring that there is proper oversight. And if there is any element of not adhering, we must equally take responsibility, because it would mean there is something that we are not doing as this body. So we must ensure that we play our oversight as legislators, so that we keep the executive and the government to account. With that, honourable members, we are then going to appreciate the office of the AG, and we request that we close this briefing. Siyabonga kakhulu. We will meet again. I am sure we will still meet with the office of the AG. Honourable members, we will then move to lunch, and we are coming back at 2 o'clock. 2. Thank you very much.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Good afternoon, honorable members. I know that in the National Assembly there are corners there, Honorable Gumede. There is a castle corner, there is a naughty corner. I don't know what I'm going to term the corner of Honorable Zungu and Honorable